And we're live.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I forgot to take that screen down. I was showing you that video of Edward Bernays.
Yeah, that was an interesting video about um, priming people psychologically with the term doctor so you can gain their trust with that title because it's associated with positive um, associations like trustworthiness and stuff like that. Um,
Exactly.
yeah, this is this is called priming in psychology. But anyway,
Yeah.
we are here to talk about veganism, and uh, first thing that I wanted to say is that a lot of these topics that vegans bring up are obviously there to slander and attack the animal agriculture industry, right? So, given that this is the fact, why is it that Garland Farms and I have sort of this burden or this burden to defend the animal agriculture industry, like, but many of these bigger channels, like the carnivore channels that reach way more people than Garland Farms and I, why are they not pushing back against some of these, for example, vegan environmental claims or things about like antibiotic risk or um, things like the water consumption, the supposed water consumption of meat, etc., like or deforestation, right? All these claims that vegans make against the animal agriculture industry. Why are they not really pushing back against these claims when it comes to that? Because they could reach way more people, right? And they should know about these things. Um, so why is it that two relatively small YouTubers are doing this, but not these large carnivore influencers? I think that this is, I mean, health is obviously an important focus, right? And they're focusing on it. But the thing is that the threat that veganism represents and the methods that they use, they using all kinds of tactics. They bring up the environment, they bring up ethics, right, etc., and all kinds of slanderous claims about the animal agriculture industry. So there should be more pushback also from these bigger channels. Like, why are they not making videos about, for example, how the water footprint of meat isn't actually that great? Like most water that animals drink in a animal agriculture industry is so-called green water, which is basically rainwater, right? And how plant-based foods have higher water footprint, for example, right? It's just one example, but those are the kinds of things that rarely get addressed by larger pro-meat influencers. And I think that this should be done more, actually.
Here is like one of the only, other than you and I, Ted Nugent has done more than anyone else. And he only mentioned it on one occasion. And no one else has, no one else is helping with this issue. But I did want to bring this up. I thought it was interesting because this appearance came out shortly after my first vegan kill cult video went semi viral. And then it was just like a coincidence. Shortly after that, Ted Nugent comes and says, I thought that he must have been watching the Garland Farms channel based on what he said. But now it's funny because all of the prominent vegan influencers will point at Ted Nugent as the most notable person that's ever used the crop deaths argument. And I guess he is. But why aren't we getting more of that from other more prominent so-called anti-vegan influencers, whether they're in the carnivore community or not?
Yeah.
If you really want to kill the most things, be a vegan, because the farmers who protect your beans kill everything. I kill one animal per arrow. In order to grow tofu, you have to kill every ground squirrel, every vole, every shrew, every snake, every turtle, every frog, every bird, every rabbit, anything that gets in that bean field. I'm either going to plow and dismember, which is why the crows and the seagulls follow the combines every year. And then if anything does survive my first slaughter, I'm going to come in with Monsanto and poison the shit out of everything so you can have a tofu salad and not be responsible for any death. Fuck you.
Yeah. So why is this not more mainstream in the pushback against veganism? Why are anti-war mindset and myself, these low guys on the totem pole, busting our butts trying to tell people that veganism is a fraud, especially the ethical claims?
Yeah, I mean, this is really important, right? Because the vegan ideology revolves first and foremost around ethics. They want to have the moral high ground, right? They want to say, look, what you're doing is immoral. What we are doing is moral or better. Um, so you have to explain yourself, basically, right? They're pushing the burden of justification, of moral justification, of ethical justification. They're putting that burden onto us. So the crop deaths issue is very important because the thing is, if both the plant and the meat-based diet kill animals, then there is no special burden of proof onto us meat eaters. This is very important, right? And if vegans then want to claim that meat eating is special, is somehow evil or immoral, then they're making a positive claim, which they would have to, which they would have to justify, actually. And someone in a comment says here, because you don't understand veganism, vegans are morally superior. Yeah, that is a positive claim which requires justification, right? But yeah, anyway, there's, I mean, if I don't know who that is. Is that a common vegan that you know, Garland, in the comments?
I'm trying to remember. They have a YouTube channel though, right?
I don't know. It could be a troll, potentially. I don't know. So,
Yeah, well, it says correct. Correct it is, because you don't understand veganism. Here's where what they do there is they start by saying that veganism is cruelty free, that the animals die for animal agriculture. Then you point out, like we have, that that's not true. More animals die for crop agriculture by far. And then they lie and say, okay, well, that might be true, but most of that crop agriculture is to feed the livestock. And then that is destroyed, and that's exposed as a lie. which leaves them with moving the goalposts altogether. And they say, okay, well, we weren't talking about animals just being killed. Yeah, we care about that, but we care more about animals being exploited and being used and confined. And so they move the goalposts. And so now they are arguing that we're killing free animals. You're confining animals all their life and then killing them at the end. What you're doing is more immoral than what we're doing. That's where we are.
Before we get into that, he has asked the question, what's the percentage of crop deaths that go directly for human consumption? Well, that would be the majority. That's the answer. We don't know the exact percentage, but it has to be the majority because the vast majority of crops are grown for human consumption. Thus, the vast majority of crop deaths are for human consumption.
Let me ask you some questions.
Oh, he said wrong. What's the source?
Pesticides. Pesticides kill by far the largest number of animals in all of agriculture. True or false? That's true.
Yeah, seems to be the case.
And fruits require how many more times pesticides than all the other crops? The majority of the pesticides is going towards the fruits, right? Correct?
They have the largest pesticide toxicity footprint, but like, okay, wait. He named some numbers. 33% goes directly for livestock feed. 50% goes to human consumption. Okay, directly for livestock. Directly grown. Yeah, okay. So what? So what? And this is like, yeah, okay. 33% goes directly for livestock. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we know it. Nobody disputed that. So what's your point? And the 50% goes for human consumption, questionable. It's actually, I mean, okay, let's look at our world in data real quick. So it's
Snivels, do you want to come on the stream?
I mean, you do understand, like, the majority means more. So 50% is obviously more than 33%. So what's your point? Right? And by the way, our world and data numbers, they don't seem to be even accurate, which I'm also going to get into. I found an article which actually critiques that. He says, is it possible a vegan can choose crops that cause minimal crop deaths? Well, that's something for you to figure out. Maybe. You know?
Well, no. Hold on. He's saying, is it possible to source all of my food, plant-based food, without it being toxic and killing animals like it does now? You said, yeah, theoretically, or whatever it was that you said, kind of agreeing that, yeah, it might be possible. But let me ask you, are you factoring in all of the coal and all of the petroleum and all of the industrial processing that must go on to produce a pretty long list of nutrients that are not available in plants? I mean, are you factoring that in because it has to, that's part of the vegan scenario, is you've got all of these petroleum and coal reliant supplements that you've got to take.
I mean, here's the thing, right? We're talking about yeah, I mean, obviously, if a vegan sort of makes a vegan has like there's like a spectrum between more ethical and less ethical choices in each diet. So you can have an omnivorous diet that has like a lot of junk food in it, and you have a uh, an omnivorous diet that has a lot of local organic stuff, you know, better sourced uh, grass-fed beef, regenerative grass-fed beef, etc. Right? So there's like a spectrum, and the same is probably also true for a vegan. There's like a vegan diet that has more like beyond meat burgers and like pesticide ridden I don't know, large amounts of fruit, and there's like a vegan diet has a little bit less of that, right? But we're talking about averages, right? And we're talking about what is like also I mean, we can't sort of have a discussion about like which diet kills more or less, but it is undeniable that both the vegan and the meat-based diet kill animals. That's the starting point. What does he say here? What would you say most of the population is omnivorous and consume ultra-processed food? Well, that seems to be the case, but yeah.
Vegans vegans eat more ultra processed food as a group of eaters than any other group of eaters.
Are you aware that on average vegans are more health conscious of what they consume? I mean, define health conscious. And I don't think you have written conscious correctly, but whatever. You didn't answer my other question. Like what other question? Whole foods is health conscious. Yeah, whole foods is fine, but you can also eat whole foods fruits, and fruits have a high pesticide footprint. So you know, and vegans, from the data that I've seen, tend to eat more fruits than any other group of people, at least on average. So yeah, and I mean this is just something that is debatable, whether or not there's like a version of the vegan diet that might be less harmful.
Well, here's the Journal of Nutrition.
Mhm.
Consumption of ultra processed foods by pesco vegetarians, and vegans. Let's see what. Okay, here's one thing. With the increased numbers of vegetarians or vegans, the offer of industrial plant-based meat, dairy substitutes has been growing. Most of these substitutes are ultra-processed foods. So that's the first thing that you get here. You keep going.
I think it's already in the abstract that shows like, or it has a statement there that if you reduce animal foods, then you're
Right.
moving towards ultra processed food consumption or something.
Yeah, when you less meat always means more. Oh gosh.
I mean, yeah, you can have like a whole foods diet, But we are right now not talking about health. We're talking about crop deaths. So a whole foods plant-based diet can still have a lot of crop deaths attached to it.
Yeah, especially a fruitarian diet. It's got the largest pesticide toxicity footprint.
Right. Yeah, they says higher avoidance of animal-based foods was associated with a higher consumption of ultra-processed foods. And it shows the different percentages.
There
And
it
the
is.
vegans have the highest percentages.
So here it is. I found it. Higher avoidance of animal based foods was associated with higher consumption of ultra processed foods, with ultra processed foods supplying 33% for meat eaters, 32% for pesco vegetarians. And when they say meat eaters, what we're talking about is your standard American diet, which is a
Right.
70%. That's a 70% plant sourced diet. 70%. So meat eaters is a little fraudulent, really, to use that as a descriptor for that group. It should be standard eaters, standard omnivores, standard processed food eating omnivores. But the vegans finally there at the end had a 39.5%, the most of all different groups. The research has proven that vegans eat more of the junk food, the ultra processed trash, than any other group, including the standard American diet, including pesco vegetarians, including vegetarians. Vegans are the absolute worst when it comes to eating ultra processed foods, if you want to call them foods.
Yeah, that seems to be the case according to the study. And by the way, this is why I said that this guy in the comments might be a troll, because he's just spamming questions. Like, we cannot, I mean, we can answer some questions, but we cannot just answer like 3, 4, 5 different questions all at once, right? So this is clear sign of a troll. So first question, you agree that mowers that collect hay for livestock kill more animals on average than combines, right? Well, you would have to provide the evidence for that, actually. All right. How much do mowers that collect hay for livestock, how much do they kill? How many animals do they kill? And on average, more than combines. Okay, more than combines. Combines are just one aspect of crop agriculture, which isn't even a
Combines,
lot.
they kill the fewest. They
Yeah,
kill the
exactly.
fewest.
So this is like, yeah, okay, we could just grant you that. So who cares?
The question that I have to ask is, why do they always point to the combines when we're pointing to the pesticides?
Yeah,
The
combines are
pesticides
just
the pesticides have been already proven to be killing multiple quadrillions, of animals that the pesticides are killing every year. And the largest pesticide toxicity footprint belongs to fruit, which have no role at all in animal feed. So the excuse that a considerable amount of crop deaths is associated with any kind of animal feed is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, because again, the largest pesticide toxicity footprint belongs to fruit. Fruit.
right.
What
Yeah,
role does fruit have to play in animal feed? Nothing.
right. And he's like going on in the comments like, oh, insects are not important or something.
Ask him
Yeah,
about honey. Honey is honey vegan? Is it okay for honeys to eat for vegans to eat honey now?
Apparently it is.
He types how Jeffrey sounds when he talks.
Well, he
Can
asked
we-
the question, can we avoid killing insects? Well, we can certainly reduce that. Isn't that, I mean, we can definitely reduce killing insects, right? I mean,
Well,
we might
you
not
mean by
fully,
cutting back on crops? Cutting back on crops?
for example, or phasing out toxic pesticides, which would require cutting back on crops, focusing more on a regenerative meat-based kind of diet. But yeah, this is something that might be worth considering, right? But do you value the sentience hierarchy? Okay, first question, what is sentience? Second, how is that hierarchy determined, right? Who set up this hierarchy and on what basis? What I'm asking you is, do you value a worm equally to an elephant? Like, who cares what we value? Like, this is not. How is that relevant, really? I mean, I could just run the name the trait on the worm and the elephant, right?
Well, it's interesting that he wouldn't answer the question. We asked the question: Is it okay for vegans to eat honey? That's a yes or no question, and if the answer is no, then you need to explain yourself. Why is it not okay for human beings to eat honey? And I'll be patient, and I'll let you tell me how sentient bees are. I want you to tell me how sentient bees are in your rationalizations to make eating honey a sacrilege.
Let me ask him some question, or this person, whatever. Can you name the trait lacking in wild animals, which, if lacking in humans, would justify the treatment that happens to these wild animals in crop agriculture if applied to a human? Suddenly they don't care about name the trait. Okay, we don't care about your question then either, right? You didn't answer the honey question, and so, but yeah, like, I mean, I could subjectively value the worm more than the elephant, right? I could. But yeah, there you have it, right? Vegans cannot name the trait, so it's kind of funny. And they're like, yeah, exactly. There are more animals that are killed in crop agriculture than worms or insects. There are also elephants being killed in crop agriculture. There are elephants being poisoned, shot, trapped. That happens also as well.
They're making food bombs. They're luring in elephants with food that's been like chopped up and made visible so that they can smell it, they can see it. Meanwhile, it's been booby trapped with an explosive so that it blows their jaw off their heads, and they can't eat anymore. They starve to death. So each one of those elephants gets to experience the amount of suffering that maybe 1 quadrillion cattle experience during the process of slaughtering.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is the sad reality, right?
Veganism relies upon a type of agriculture that is the scourge of the earth. It's poisoning us all, it's poisoning the oceans. This is all crop agriculture. Anytime that a vegan tries to demonize animal agriculture, pay attention. It's always some association that it has with crop agriculture that makes it a shitty type of agriculture. Is any association that it has with the crop agriculture that produces the items that are offered on the vegan menu, then livestock if livestock agriculture, for instance, feeds grain, concentrated feedlot situation where they're feeding grain and byproducts, it's always an association with the monocropping where the vegan says, look how bad it is. It's like they're holding up a mirror, because what they're doing is they're pointing to the same crop agriculture that produces the food that they're eating, the items offered on the vegan menu. They're getting it from the vast majority is coming from this destructive and deadly monocropping. And they try
Yeah.
to blame all of the destructive monocropping on growing feed for livestock. That lie has been told by Earthling Ed. That lie has
Yeah.
been told by Joey Carbstrong. And the vegan minions, the brainlets, and the useful idiots, and the hired shills are all out there claiming that like it's an absolute fact, and it's an absolute lie.
Yeah, I mean, people still comment this sometimes in the comment section of our videos. It's ridiculous. I mean, this is even our world and data shows otherwise, but even they overestimate the amount of land that is used for animals. Like I said, I found an article which actually shows this, that they exaggerate not only the pasture land used for animal agriculture, but also the crop agriculture, because they don't really differentiate between the crops that are post-processed byproducts that are first used for human consumption, and then the post-processed stuff they give it to the livestock. They just throw it all in one category, basically, right? So what?
Look at
But
this.
yeah,
Outrage over the death of a pregnant elephant that bit a pineapple that had been stuffed with firecrackers in the southern Indian state of Kerala has shown a spotlight on the violent methods farmers use to keep animals off their land. Yeah, why doesn't Earthling Ed ever look at the news and go, "Hey, my God, a dead elephant. How did the elephant end up dead? Oh my God, a crop farmer killed him. What is a crop farmer doing killing an elephant? Oh my God." Yeah. They never have empathy for the animals that are outside the corral. It's only the animals that are inside the corral that they have any empathy for.
yeah, I mean, they operate under this assumption that the crop deaths are sort of justified, because the animals are sort of violating the property rights of the crop farmer, something, which, as we have both shown, and yeah, you made a video on this, that this is an inversion of the reality. because the crop farmer invaded and displaced the animals in the first place. The wild animal habitats were firstly destroyed. I mean, the vegans, they make it seem like
We're
there was
protecting
like,
our land. We have the deed right here. We have the deed. Look, see our signatures right there. Yeah. Well, let's talk about before you had that piece of paper. There was a meadow here, and there was a family of deer that lived right there, and there was a family of uh, groundhog that lived right over there, and there was a family of beavers that lived right over there, and there was a bunch of squirrels over here, and some magpies, and some doves, and some scissortails. There's all these animals were living there in harmony with nature, and then came along the crop agriculture that produces the items offered on the vegan menu.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, they make it seem like, oh, so there's this crop land, right, that was always there somehow, and out of nowhere came the wild animals, and just randomly
In,
attacked the crops.
encroaching on private property,
Yeah, I mean,
violating their property rights.
yeah, I mean, I gave the analogy with the peasants and with the minefield, right? So imagine a hypothetical scenario where the government has violently forced peasants off their land and privatized the commons and given it to the wealthy. And then the peasants, in an attempt to reclaim their land, are now faced with a minefield that protects the property of the rich. And this analogy is basically the destruction of wild animal habitats for the purpose of monocropping. And the minefield represents the crop protection measures such as pesticides and crop protection shootings, trappings, etc. Now, if vegans hopefully would say that for violently displacing people is unethical and having them be surrounded by a minefield to be blown up, right? Then what is like the moral differential, or what is the moral difference between that and what is happening to animals in crop agriculture? Because it's basically an analogous situation, isn't it?
It is.
But yeah, I mean, where's Jeffrey Phillips? Like, I had some questions for him actually. Why is he not showing up? Because
Oh,
I wanted to know why he ran away last time.
yeah. I emailed him and I asked him if he would come on the channel and debate you, and um, he made some. He was calling you a sissy for not wanting to show your face, and saying that I wouldn't know how to use how to run a debate, and that my channel is dead.
Oh, so he dodges the debate. Okay. Well, okay, fine.
Yeah, he dodged it.
Amazing. I mean, he ran away the last time, and now he's dodging the debate. I don't even know what the debate was potentially about. I have no idea. I actually wanted to debate ethics with him, or crop deaths, or anything related to those, actually. Preferably ethics.
Pesticide footprint would be a good one. Pesticide toxicity footprint is what I want to debate the next vegan on. If there's a vegan out there that wants to debate me on the subject of pesticide toxicity footprint, then I'd like to talk about it with you.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Wow. That yeah, I mean there are more and more sources coming out that indicate how big the pesticide footprint is for plant sourced foods. But yeah, let's check out something about our world and data and the land use claims that vegans make, right?
Yeah.
I want to share my screen. Hopefully it works as it should. So can you see that? Is that on screen right now?
Global land use.
Yeah, so this is like the
Agriculture.
typical, this is the typical our world and data graph that probably many vegans know and reference, right? And even the our world and data says that cropland, as you can see here, cropland majority is for human food, as you can see here. 57% is used to produce human food, and animal feed is supposedly 43% is used to produce crops fed to livestock. Okay, and why not we're looking at the pasture? Well, the pasture really don't use a lot of pesticides, as we have gone over in our videos and in live streams. So this is the main thing that we have to look at when we're talking about crop deaths, right? Crop land, because most of the pesticides and agrochemicals, etc., goes on there, right? However, this graph is probably not even accurate, as this article here points out, right, by Gunnar Rundgren. So let's just look at this critique of our world and data. So he says here, quote, "I believe the article is very misleading for a number of reasons. In the text and graphic, there is some distinction made between arable land and grassland, but overall, most readers will understand agricultural land as croplands. The figure used for pasture, 2.8 billion hectares, exaggerates the actual land use by domestic livestock. Chang et al. 2021 study estimates the area grazed grasslands to 1.65 billion hectares. So over 1 billion hectares less than was shown by our world and data. Then also it says here, the average grazing intensity of the managed grasslands was estimated by Cheng et al. To just 16%, meaning that there is plenty of space for other species. Many of the managed grasslands are important habitats for other endangered species, and grasslands provide many important ecosystem functions. This is also very important difference between croplands and grasslands. To describe grasslands as being primarily production areas for livestock is comparable to describing coastal water as fishing grounds, this regarding all other important functions of those areas. The graph of total land use claims that 43% of the global cropland is used to produce animal feed. This figure is misleading. I believe the best estimate is found in Motet et al. 2017. Some 210 million hectares of cereal production is used for livestock feed. In addition, 66 million hectares are used for the cultivation of hay, silage, and other fodder crops. Together, that makes 275 million hectares of land used for crops dedicated to feed production, slightly less than 20% of arable land. So if we look at only direct feed crop or crops directly grown for animal feed, it is just 20% of the total arable land, 20%. Now we could add the proportion of feed coming from other crops, e.g. the strath
Like
or shale.
biofuels, like biofuel crops.
Well, yeah, from human consumption of byproducts, we could also add that, right? One could consider another 260 million hectares are used for feed production. But the thing is, for example, like the straw and chaff of grain grown for food and oilseed cakes, that stuff is inedible by human beings, right? And the primary driver is first and foremost human consumption, right? So it doesn't actually make sense to add this. I mean, it should be in an extra category, right? But they're just throwing it in this whole category here. Meanwhile, the crops that are directly first and foremost grown for animal feeds, it's just 20% of arable land, right? It's not 43%, right?
Right, they're counting the byproducts, and they're saying, okay, it's like the vegan trick with the soybeans. Each bean is 20%, roughly, or pretty close. 18 to 22% of it is oil, and oil is the gold of the bean. The what's left over after you get the oil out, it's called the soybean meal, and it weighs 80% of the bean. And so they turn around, whether it's a vegan or like some Monsanto shill, will try to take those numbers and say, okay, since each bean is 80% by weight soybean meal, and all of the soybeans in the world, except for maybe around 10%, less than 10%, are not processed. More than 90%, like 92 point something percent of all the soybeans in the world are processed to remove the oil. And then the soybean meal, which is inedible, is without lots and lots more processing, is not edible for humans. So they feed it to livestock. And so then they say, okay, that means that 80% of that destructive crop, soybean, 80% of that crop can be attributed to feeding livestock. And that is a dishonest way to present that. It tells a lie because 80% of the soybean cultivation is not to blame on livestock. The driving force for the soybean industry right now is the oil. Oil is in the driver's seat, but it's also a unique oil. It can't be replaced with something like palm oil. It's got completely different properties. You can't just exchange oils like that. Each oil has unique properties, unique uses. And so one oil can't be replaced with another one. So this idea that, well, if we got rid of the livestock sector, then we could get rid of 80% of all the soybean cultivation. Number one, no, because 90% of all the soybeans are processed to extract the oil, and humans are consuming 100% of that oil, either as cooking oil, ultra processed food ingredients, or biodiesel. And they're burning it in their motors. It's not livestock. Livestock do not have vehicles and machinery to burn fuel. That's a human thing that's being consumed. Biofuel.
Right, and yeah, like I said, the stuff that are the crops that are directly grown as animal feed for animal feed usage is apparently just 20% of global arable land use. Now, and as it says here, in the context of people could eat what is eaten by animals, it makes little sense to add these as alternative use of these residues and byproducts as energy, industrial straw materials, or fertilizers, and not food for humans. It would also be appropriate to indicate the important nutritional contributions of animal source foods, which contribute around 32% of all proteins and 37% of all fat in the global food systems. And also, by the way, I just remembered that the commenter in the chat, he said that 33% of crops are directly grown for animal feed, but this is actually inaccurate. He means grains, not crops in general, but grains. 33% or 36% of grains worldwide
Right.
are
Which
directly.
is
Yeah, that's not all crops, right?
right.
If we're talking about all crops, then it's apparently just 20%. So, yeah, and also it says here the graph also fails to describe that approximately 10% of global cropland is used for bioenergy, fiber, and other industrial uses. Apart from the shortcomings in the figures, the statement that 80% of all agricultural land is used for meat and dairy production disregards the many other roles of livestock. Many hundred millions heads of cattle, buffaloes, and camel are used for carrying loads and plowing the land, increasing the ability of poor people to grow food. Livestock manure is used as fuel and construction material. Wool, leather, many different kinds of hair are very important materials found in everything from World Cup footballs to cashmere scarves. Livestock also provide banking services and has cultural and religious values. The claim that land use could be reduced by 75% in a vegan scenario is not probably demonstrated by poor Nemesek. The proposed diet is not realistic. Suggested consumption of pulses is, for example, much higher than the current consumption in almost any country. The huge consumption of nuts, tofu, and soy milk is purely theoretical construct, also not taking into consideration allergy, culture, and affordability of such foods, the socioeconomic impact of making even more people dependent on oil crops and soy produced in few regions in the world, and the loss of livelihood caused by this is not analyzed at all. Yeah, there are many problems with the poor Nemetsek study. It also doesn't properly take into consideration protein quality, for example, and nutrition in general. I already did a video on this. Climate, soil, pests, nutrients, and markets determine to a large extent what farmers can and will produce. Crop rotations are required to control many diseases. There is no analysis of whether the global agricultural system actually can produce the proposed diet. The diet has many foods which have co-products which currently are used for animal feed. Currently, land use is allocated to the animals eating them, as in the case of rapeseed cakes, wheat, bran, oil, soy meal, dregs, and many other products. But there are no animals. But if there are no animals, the whole land use must be allocated to human food. The most striking example is that in the proposed diet, there is calculated with an increase soybean oil consumption. This means that soy production must expand even further, and no land is saved for soy production. There's no proper analysis of the proposed vegan diet will be nutritionally satisfactory. Yeah, like I said, the poor Nemesek study, like when you see this graph, right, they say, oh, look how much the reduction would be in a vegan scenario. This is nonsense, right? This is propaganda, right? Because they're not looking at whether or not such a scenario would be nutritionally complete. Okay. And
Correct.
yeah, he also references studies that I have referenced, like the 10 diet scenario study which shows that a vegan scenario would actually increase monocropping. So yeah, and he also points out pastoralism, which millions of people on this planet rely upon. And in a vegan scenario, they would be left without food production or would have their livelihood destroyed, which is really evil, right? And also points out here that global grassland area has not expanded since the 1860s, right? So grassland and pasture expansion actually stagnated, but what did not stagnate and which is further increasing and expanding is monocropping land, which provides the items on the vegan menu.
Right.
So yeah, this is just on the land use. So the thing is that the arable land has been exaggerated. The arable land use has been exaggerated by our world and data. When it comes to feed crops and also the pasture land, apparently. And yeah, this Snivel's guy, what has, I have not read the chat, so what has he written here? He doesn't care about climate change.
Well, it's just that's a vegan trying to find common ground with a meat eater, right? He's I mean, he at least he's being honest that he's a vegan. A lot of times, like a lot of these different forums, you'll see someone enter the thread and they're like, "Hello, fellow meat eaters, but don't you think that most of the crop deaths are, to blamed on the livestock feed? Just kind of makes more sense, fellow meat eaters." At least he's not doing that, but the rest of his arguments are not intellectually honest.
Yeah. But yeah, is there like is there like an honest vegan somewhere? What about reasonable vegan?
He never replied to the
Oh,
email.
okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, if there's like any vegan out there that wants to discuss some stuff, then there's Jeffrey Phillips. So yeah, Jeffrey Phillips, why did you run away last time? Man, my fucking throat is sore again.
Must be all that meat you're eating.
Apparently. He says he has gotten 2,000 followers since our debate. Which debate? Like the first debate, or like the on the Crucible? Which because he had like multiple debates, right? Wasn't it like 2 or 3 at least?
Yeah, it was. I think we tried to have 3 different ones. I think.
But yeah, like what kind of argument is that? Oh yeah, I got more subscribers, or I got more subs, or whatever, or more channel growth. What's the argument? Is that the argument? You're correct because your channel is growing faster? Is that the argument? Amazing.
Which
You know,
is
but
What?
vegans are really flexing the high IQ here right now.
Let's see. What? Have you ever seen a channel that has more subscribers but fewer views?
I don't know, actually.
Well, I mean, I'm not getting huge numbers right now, but look at this. So here's my most recent videos. 320 from 4 days ago. That's pretty low, but it doesn't have any veganism in the title. It's not about veganism. And then 594, 259, 484, 679, 598, 859, and 838. Now let's look at Jeffrey's channel. He's got more subscribers. You would expect that he would have more views.
Yeah, I mean, like, what kind of argument is that? Like, is the veracity of someone's argument dependent upon the view count, or what kind of nonsense is that, really? I cannot see
You're getting more views on your videos than he's getting on his videos. And your channel
Really?
is much
Oh.
smaller. Well, look at that.
Oh, yes. Yes, some of these videos have, I don't know, 180 clicks or something. Can barely see that.
When was the last video you put up? How many days ago did you put it up?
The last video, it's it's 20 hours ago, I think.
And how many views do you have?
I think 200 or something.
Yeah, so that's laughable on his end. It's the most shameful thing you can do is have a higher subscriber rate or subscribers numbers and considerably lower view count. So if you want to talk about a channel being dead.
Wait, what is that video? Like, yes,
Which one?
Some videos about some NASA and the moon landing. I thought it was a veganism only channel, but apparently has some stuff about. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what kind of person he is. Okay, interesting. Yeah, interesting channel right there, man. Interesting channel. But yeah, Jeffrey, why don't you come on the live stream and talk to us a little? I have some question about the 200 years of science that you got behind you, right? You said you have 200 years of science or something backing you up, so you shouldn't be afraid.
There you go, Jeffrey. I'll leave that link up for about 15 seconds. Yeah. Did you look at that study that he gave you, that Jeffrey gave you?
Yeah, I mean, last stream, he sort of, I mean, before he ran away, he splashed some study on the screen, some randomized control trial. And I rewatched that stream and thought, you know what? I look at this study because he wanted to before he left, he probably wanted to say, hey, this is some good evidence, right? And so I looked at it a little bit, and I had some questions. Maybe Jeffrey can answer them. Maybe we can go through that study, you know. That's interesting. I think that would be educational for all of us involved, you know, see whether or not this is a good study or not, you know, because he says that this is like a study that is high up there, right, in the hierarchy of evidence, because it has the title randomized control trial.
Right.
And that
He thinks it's a
automatic,
magic title. Yeah.
yeah, that's special privilege from God. So like the hierarchy of evidence. By the way, what is the hierarchy of evidence based upon again?
Oh, now you're gonna make him run before he even comes on. He's not gonna answer that. You're asking him the tough stuff.
I mean, he brought up the
Throw him
hierarchy of
some,
evidence,
throw
right?
him some softballs. Jeffrey, did you eat any soybeans today? He told me one time that he doesn't eat any soybeans, and like 5 minutes later, he says, "It's not that I don't eat any soybeans." It's like, okay, which one is it? You don't eat any, or you do what? Well, I eat less than would be required for me to admit to any accountability for killing the animals and the crops. And how many is that? Well, however many it takes to be below that number. They flying by the seat of their pants. Complete idiocracy. They made a movie about veganism called Idiocracy. You should see it.
Yeah, that is a documentary, probably.
Well, yeah, and it's a society of vegans that can't even grow crops. And that's exactly what will happen. The vegans will outlaw meat, and they won't be able to grow the crops because we're already running out of soil. We're already running out of petroleum and coal and all the things that are required to produce the items on the vegan menu. And so we would run out of things really quick. We're already running short on some things that the monocropping requires. But just like every other vegan that I speak to, this guy in the chat, this sniveler, he once you start explaining how destructive the crop agriculture is that provides the vegan menu, is all of a sudden they're like this conscientious, well, I only eat whole foods, I only eat organic, I only grow my own stuff here at home, I grow all my own food, I'm actually a farmer, I grow all my own food, I never use any type of crop protection measures, pesticides, I don't shoot animals, I don't trap them, I don't gas them, I don't do any of the other things that the rest of the monocropping industry does. Every one of them turns out to be this wise farmer, and they're so full of shit. That they live in the city. They have no idea where their food comes from. They didn't even know that their chicken McNuggets were sourced from chicken. So whenever they saw a video with Earthling Ed going, "Did you know that your chicken McNuggets are real chickens?" And all the dumbasses went, "Oh my God, these are real chickens? I thought they were plants. I'm going to be vegan." And that's the dumbassery. That's the dumbass mentality that brings in a lot of these vegans. And then they're trapped. Now it's part of their identity. They've got vegan T-shirts. They got vegan underwear. They have vegan tattoos. They give their pets vegan names. You know, the cat, they're trying to feed it a vegan diet. They named it Mango.
What I find funny is that what you just described, right? Like this, oh, I only eat organic and I have a garden and blah blah blah, right? That is just an anecdote, right? This is anecdote, like, yeah, nice anecdote, right? Okay, cool. What about the average vegan? What about the vegan population? What about a scenario in which everyone is vegan, like you vegans want to have, right? This global vegan world. How would that look like? Like, I don't care about your anecdote. Like, yeah, okay, you can be literally Gandhi. I don't care, right? This doesn't change the fact that a vegan world would be different from our world considerably when it comes to many things. And we have to look at that and not say, oh, yeah, you as a person are so ethical or whatever. Like, okay, who cares? Like, yeah, I mean, a meat eater can also be like, yo, I only eat, I don't know, grass-fed, regenerative meats and nothing else or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Right?
I buy one grass-fed steer every year, 1,200 pounds. I have it processed. I eat it nose to tail. I eat every part of the animal, and then the next year I buy another 1,200 pound steer. That's the way
Yeah.
you do it if you wanted to cause the least amount of harm. But if you're eating a plant-based diet, then behind the scenes there are piles and piles of animals that had to die so that you could have your green leafies and your fruit.
I mean, Snivels says here, all we have to ask is it possible for one vegan to exist that doesn't fit in your all-encompassing view of vegans? Well, even if such a vegan exists, I don't care about that. That is not interesting. Like, yeah, good for you. Okay, so what? That's not what we want to talk about. This is not interesting. What we want to talk about is the aspects of veganism at large, right? The entailments of veganism as an applied ethical or agricultural or ecological phenomenon, as you might call it, right? So I don't care about one person, like one anecdote. I don't care about that.
Well, vegans don't accept anecdotes either. But they deal them out all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, let's take an anecdote like from an ex-vegan, right? So an ex-vegan that says the vegan diet almost killed me, right? And I had severe anemia on the vegan diet, and I had some, I don't know, fractured bones on a vegan diet, and like there are some ex-vegans who say something like that, right? And vegans just say, "Oh, that's just an anecdote. It's just irrelevant. It doesn't matter." They wouldn't accept anecdotes in that case. But why do we have to accept anecdotes when it comes to their supposed, they're having a garden and they're so ethical or whatever it is? We don't have to accept that anecdote either.
And it's even less relevant
Yeah,
as an
exactly.
anecdote.
Yeah. Snivel says that he doesn't kill flies. Oh yeah, okay. Good for you, buddy. It is not, listen, realistically speaking, it's not possible to live on a planet without killing an animal. It's just not possible. It's if you eat, if you exist, if you live in civilization, at some point you will kill an animal. It's a fact of life. I'm sorry. Sorry to tell you, Sniffles. It's the reality. I think there's even a paper written on this, that humans cannot avoid killing animals.
Oh, he says, I agree, but we can be more reasonable. And so he's asking us to kill more. Hey, guys, you guys eat meat, and when you eat meat, you have to kill the animals first and then you eat them. Well, I have an option. It's called veganism. Quadrillions more animals die in the production of the vegan menu, but we don't eat any of them. Isn't that cool? We kill a lot more, but we don't eat any of them. Yes, that leaves us kind of vulnerable to certain vitamin deficiencies, but we have a bunch of petroleum and coal reliant supplements that we can take. And as long as, the world is the gears are going and we're not locked down for some reason, then we can trust that our overlords will send us those vitamins in plastic bottles every weekly or monthly, whichever regimen that they're allowing us, as they kind of deal us our essentials as they see fit. It's always best for some corporate or government entity to deal you your micronutrients rather than you being free to acquire those micronutrients on your own without government interference. You see how that's better for you if your multivitamins, if all of your essentials are dealt to you on an as needed basis rather than you getting them out there from foods. You see how that's better for you? No. Oh, you're reasonable. You don't buy the bullshit. Oh, okay.
He says that we should specify the animals that are killed in crop agriculture. Don't you have like a sort of poster that you made with all the different kinds of animals that are killed in crop agriculture? It just
Yeah.
summarizes this like in one
Yeah, I'll
picture.
pull it up. Also, I want to point out that it's so funny that these vegans claim to care about animals, and then you say, what do you mean? Well, there's this bunch of chickens that were going to be slaughtered. No, what about the birds, that the crop deaths? Well, yeah, we care about them. We care about those crop deaths just as much as we do all animal deaths. We care about all of them. Meanwhile, every vegan, I'm one of maybe 2 channels on YouTube that's talking about crop deaths. And what do they keep asking me? Shut down. Please shut your channel down. Please shut your channel down. Garland Farms, your channel's dead. Please shut it down. Please stop telling people about crop deaths. Please.
Yeah, I mean, if vegans really had empathy for animals, they would look into this themselves. Like when vegans would be actually the first ones to bring this up. Like they wouldn't just hyper focus on animal agriculture. They would also think, you know what? There's also animals dying in crop agriculture. So what do we do with that information? Why is it that meat eaters have to point this out? Why is it not vegans that are at the forefront talking about this? Yeah, it shows that, or we can infer from that vegans really don't care about animals. By the way, he says we're dodging the question. Can you please pull up that poster that I was talking about? And by the way, he says quadrillions of what? Yeah, I mean, the largest number of animals that die in crop deaths are insects, but you want to tell me that insects don't matter? Well, even if you say that insects have like low sentience, they still have sentience and can feel pain. There are studies that are coming out that show this, and not only that, they are important for the ecosystem at large, also for human survival, because they pollinate the crops that you eat. So if you say that you don't care about insects, that is really laughable. Yeah, here are all the different kinds of animals that are killed in crop agriculture. As you can see, it's not just insects, but it's ranges from elephants to orangutans and dolphins and deers and uh, wild hogs and squirrels and all kinds of animals, as you can see. Wait, is Garland gone? But yeah, like crop deaths, like most vegans who talk about crop deaths, they associated with harvest deaths, and they talk about mice or rats. That's like the first thing that they talk about, or sometimes some insects that they talk about, but it's actually a whole range of animals that are killed and harmed in crop agriculture by different methods. So pesticide drifts, um, uh, fertilizer drift and runoff. It creates algae bloom in waterways, and causes oceanic dead zones, which literally suffocates marine animals. Um, Snivel says insects don't have sentience, and most wildlife will go extinct eventually.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
okay.
So we've
Now,
got
he,
it's like
now
nutrivorish.
let me respond to that. So, what's your evidence for this claim that insects don't have sentience? There are clearly studies that indicate that they feel pain. Um, that's number one. Number two, even if insects don't have sentience, does this already uh, makes them like obsolete, or that does this already entail that they're like irrelevant because they produce ecosystem services that are relevant also for other animals that are clearly sentient, including humans. And also your claim that most animals will go extinct eventually as the human population increases. That is just appeal to futility fallacy. So yeah, I just destroyed you on all these 3 points. What do you say about that?
Well, it's always okay for vegans to exploit bees and other pollinators because 70% of those crops require pollinators and they're all insects. So here's this guy or this person who's saying it's okay if insects go extinct because they're not sentient. This person is allowing, they're not even really, it's not an adult perspective. An adult is going to be taking care not to put the world into a famine. And so all of these kinds of variables should be considered. But by vegans, they're not, because the perspective is a childlike perspective. It's like a Disney movie. It's like, okay, I'm going to imagine this cartoon world and this is going to be great. And animals will be friends with humans and animals will be friends with each other. Lions will learn to eat yams and kale. You know, it's a complete, it's an infantilization that they have suffered.
By the way, he asked about deforestation. Yeah, I know about deforestation. I also plan to talk about this today. But let's first stick to the insects because we're jumping topics again. Like this is also what frustrates me about a lot of vegans. Like when you destroy them on one point, they're just jumping to the next. They're not even conceding.
Yeah.
But let's actually go to my channel. I have a video called Vegan Insect Apocalypse that makes it very clear why we should be interested in preserving insect population, why insects matter actually, and we shouldn't just
Okay.
eradicate them like they don't matter. Like even if we just grant that they are not sentient or whatever, right? Just for our sake, we should matter. We should think that they matter, right?
Well, the irony that we're arguing with vegans, trying to get them to agree that some animals matter. You know how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we are the actual vegans, apparently. I mean, we are defending animals way more than you do, vegans. It's one of my older videos, so you have to
Do you
scroll
remember the
down.
title?
A Vegan Insect Apocalypse. Yeah, it's that one. Yeah. Oh, there's that.
Most of the deaths in crop deaths are insects.
Yeah, so that was reasonable vegan. Reasonable. Justifying that most crop deaths are insects.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore,
Yep.
he doesn't care, right? So
But
3.5 quadrillion insects.
right. That's probably a lowball estimation.
I personally don't care about insects at this point. If anybody wants to come on and talk with me about insects, I'd be glad to do so. And maybe I'll have my mind changed. I'll read enough studies. But right now, I don't care about insects.
Without insects, we'd all starve pretty fast. And no, we don't mean that those bold adventurers who snack on crickets and grasshoppers somewhere in Thailand would starve. Humans might be predators in the food chain, but insects are the ones to hold this chain together. They are food for some reptiles, small birds, and frogs. If all insects vanished, those animals would cease to exist too. The animals feeding on frogs and reptiles would be the next to die off, and then the ones further up the chain. Eventually, this disruption would work its way up to humans. Think you could survive by going vegan? Wrong again. 80% of all plant life on the planet is made up of flowering plants, meaning they require pollination to reproduce. Insects are the ones who make this happen by physically transferring pollen from a male anther to a female stigma.
So that's just how absolutely asinine it is that vegans don't care about insects when the majority of the vegan menu would never even be a thing without insects.
Yeah, it's idiocracy, like you said.
You can argue that birds and bats, even wind, can pollinate too, but most of the work is done by bees, wasps, moths, butterflies, and flies. Without them, it's game over for most plants. Depending on what your food preferences are, 50 to 90% of your diet comes from those flowering plants. There would be no fruit, no vegetables, no rice, and no wheat. This also means no food for cows, chickens, most freshwater fish, and all the animals we humans eat. It doesn't matter if you're a vegetarian or a meat lover. If the insects disappeared, you'd have no chance of long-term survival. You'd be left to slowly starve on a planet heaped up with piles of organic waste. Because not only do insects feed small animals and pollinate plants, they're also major decomposers of dead stuff, from leaves to corpses. Ugh. That wouldn't be the world you'd want to live in.
In country after country in Europe and beyond, there is evidence of bees, butterflies, moths, and other species disappearing. That knocks on to the survival of birds, reptiles, and fish, which live off the insects. Up the food chain, it will inevitably affect humans.
They pollinate 75% of the crops that humans grow. 87% of all plant species on the planet need pollinating. So if the insects were to disappear, then most plants would go. All flowers, more or less, would go. They get rid of cowpats and dead bodies and keep the soil healthy and do a whole bunch of stuff. So essentially, life on Earth as we know it would come to an end if we didn't have insects.
Can you pause the video for a second?
Yeah, hold on.
The Earth is at the start of the 6th mass extinction in its history.
Right. Go back a little to that. Yeah. So he says that livestock feed kills quadrillions of insects. Meanwhile, plant-based foods bear the largest portion of pesticide footprints. And not only that, but he goes again on about the sentience hierarchy. Meanwhile, as we have just seen in the video, insects matter regardless of sentience, like because the food system that we depend upon is dependent upon pollinators. So this is just ridiculous.
Yes.
But yeah, go on with the video.
The Earth is at the start of the 6th mass extinction in its history. Major losses in larger animal species that are relatively easy to study have already been documented and widely reported. But insect losses have received less scrutiny and attention, even though insects are by far the most varied and abundant animals, outweighing humanity by 17 times. Now, a new study has concluded that more than 40% of insect species are declining and a third are endangered. That rate of extinction is 8 times faster than that of mammals, birds, and reptiles. The total mass of insects is falling by a precipitous 2.5% per year, according to the available data. Now here to discuss this new study with us is one of its co-authors, Dr. Francisco Sanchez-Bayo. Dr. Sanchez-Bayo is an ecologist working on the impact of human activities on ecosystems. His specific field is exotoxicology, the study of impacts caused by chemicals on organisms and ecosystems. He joins us today from Sydney, Australia. Thank you for coming on to The Real News, Dr. Sanchez-Bayo.
Thank you for having me.
So I'd like to start by inviting you to talk to us briefly about what you consider to be the most important aspects and findings of this study.
Well, it's basically what you just reported, so that about 40%, in fact, 41% on average of all the species that we know of insects are declining right now. And about third of them are threatened with extinction, probably.
Just, it bears repeating again and again that the vegans don't care about insects. 40% of the insects globally are in serious decline. Vegans don't care about that, even though 70 or 80% of the foods that they eat require insects to pollinate. This comes from urban dwelling, living in the city, being completely separated from how food is manufactured, cultivated, grown. And so the WEF and affiliated entities are taking advantage of that ignorance. And it's the way that veganism is sold, by telling lies and half-truths about agriculture. What the vegans haven't really realized, they're going to look up, and anyone who's paying attention will know that farming is being shut down all over the world right now. And it's not just livestock agriculture. And it's not feed agriculture, but most of the farming that's being shut down around the world is vegan menu agriculture.
In the next few decades. And on top of that, we know through 3 different reports that the average rate of decline in biomass of all the insects in different parts of the world, in Puerto Rico, the United Kingdom, as well as Germany, is very similar. It's about 2.5% per year, which means that in about 100 years from now, practically all the insects will be gone from the earth. That's a really shocking finding that probably very few people knew about. So agriculture as a whole is a major impacting factor, because it involves habitat destruction as well as chemical pollution. And those 2 factors combined are driving most of the species to extinction.
Okay, did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, agricultural.
Combined habitat destruction as well as chemical pollution. And it involves habitat destruction as well.
Habitat destruction as well as chemical pollution. That is what veganism is offering people. That's their solution. Their solution is a type of agriculture that causes environmental destruction and animal death,
as well as chemical pollution. And those 2 factors combined have impacting factor, because it involves habitat destruction as well as chemical pollution. And those 2 factors combined are driving most of the species to extinction.
This is an article that says popular fruit and vegetables covered in pesticides, and rise in veganism behind more fruits and vegetables.
Executive Director of the National Butterfly Center in the Rio Grande Valley says our pollinators are dying rapidly, and it's not good.
KSAT Sarah Costa spoke with the director of the center, who explains why we need our insects to survive.
If the insects disappear, we won't be far behind.
The director of the National Butterfly Center, Mariana White, says the matter of our bugs and pollinators dying out right now is much more urgent than people realize.
Right now, we are experiencing what scientists call an insect apocalypse.
Over the past few years, several studies have shown that at least 40% of the world's insects are dying at a rapid rate. Some research shows that 90% of certain species have been wiped out.
And what that means for humans is higher temperatures, more terrible floods, worsening air quality, all of the worst aspects of climate change.
So what do bugs?
So the worst aspects of climate change are being driven by the crop agriculture that produces the items offered on the vegan menu.
Well, as Earthling Ed says, we can't be perfect.
Yeah.
Bugs have to do with climate change. She explains that our pollinators, especially the butterflies, combat climate change by keeping our vegetation alive.
Butterflies pollinate the majority of all of our grasses, wildflowers, shrubs, and trees. All of those things, that green vegetation, is what keeps our planet cool. It reduces erosion and improves air quality. It filters water and produces clean air.
She says two big factors are hurting our pollinators. One is a severe drought we are experiencing here in South Texas. The other factor is pesticide use, especially through wide use in farming.
Pesticides are killing all of the insects because that's what pesticides are designed to do. They are designed to poison bugs, all of them.
Yeah, the amount of death and suffering that's caused by the crop agriculture that produces the items offered by the vegan menu is just beyond most people's ability to
Wright says it's
imagine.
urgent we stop using pesticides immediately.
Says crop protection market is driven by the increased demand for plant-based diets as veganism continues to gain popularity.
And combat climate change to help not just keep our pollinators alive, but us as well.
Life on Earth literally depends on pollinators.
Fruits and vegetables are the lion's share of the crop protection industry. Fruits and vegetables have nothing to do with animal feed.
Yeah. Pause
And
that.
Okay.
Research suggests that those who follow a vegan diet tend to eat more fruits and vegetables than any other diet. In fact, one German study found that individuals ate more than 4 times the amount of vegetables and 6 times the amount of fruit than the average meat eater. What does this say about the pesticide footprint again of the average vegan?
I would say that the average vegan, based on those numbers, would be like 27 times higher than your average plant-based omnivore. Does that sound about right?
It's definitely higher, but with a very high likelihood.
Right. And the deaths don't just begin and end with the insecticides and the insects. There's a cascade effect because, for instance, more than 90% of the bird species out there feed their young insects. So we have species of birds all over the world that are in serious decline right now because the insects are in serious decline, because the crop agriculture that produces the items offered on the vegan menu are destroying the Earth's ecosystem, which is what we have to do as human beings to live within that ecosystem.
Yeah.
It's just wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I think that people are now, vegans are now sort of in coping mode because they know that this is actually killing way more animals. So they're now trying to say, oh, what about the predator-prey cycle in the wild? They want to add that onto the meat eater, because the meat eater is not making these animals go extinct. They're not driving these animals on the wild pasture, on wild meadow and wild forests. They're not driving these animals into extinction, so they want to add these natural occurring animal deaths onto the meat eater death toll, which is ridiculous because we're talking about human induced death tolls, and not if like an animal naturally dies in the wild land or something. That wouldn't really be what we're talking about. But yeah, this is a kind of sign of desperation. I think this whole nutrivore argumentation, that like counting in wild animal deaths, I think it's a sign of desperation, because
I call it nuke. I'm sorry. I call it nuke the earth veganism.
Yeah. I mean, they
nuke the planet veganism.
They bring this up because they know that crop agriculture is just driving animals into extinction so badly that they cannot possibly make a counter argument against that.
Right. Their best counter argument is that yes, they're killing quadrillions more animals, but it's a means to an end, because that means that we'll be driving animals into extinction, and having fewer species on the planet means less suffering. And that's why that type of veganism, which is I think it's mainstream, is it leads to like a genocidal mentality.
Yeah, it's just also pure sophistry in terms of its argumentation, because you wouldn't really be like, for example, if you say this dictator killed more than, I don't know, 100,000 people in one country or so, then you wouldn't count in the people that naturally died in that country. You wouldn't count in the people that died from car accidents or something, or you wouldn't count in a random murderer who murdered someone into that calculation, but you would count in the people that the dictator actually killed with his policies or with his like command or something, right? When historians try to estimate or count the number of victims under Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, name any dictator, any genocidal dictator, they count in the direct induced deaths, right? They don't count in natural deaths. And it is similar to what we are talking about regarding crop deaths. We cannot just take in natural animal deaths. It doesn't make any sense, because it's not logically the same. Like letting animals die in natural habitat is not logically the same as killing them.
Right. It's ridiculous that you have to explain that, but and I think they understand that. It's just that they're pretending that they don't know that already, because they're willing to win by hook or by crook.
Butterflies, bees, birds, bats, and other insects. They also are the basis of the food system for all living things.
Yeah, so you can just move right up the food chain. You say, well, insects are being wiped out by the crop agriculture that produces the vegan menu, and they say, don't care about insects. And they say, well, by wiping out the insects, they're also wiping out the birds. Vegan says, don't care about birds except for chickens and turkeys. And then you say, well, it's also causing ocean dead zone. Don't care about fish, well, except for the fisheries. Every time you turn around, they're telling you that there's this huge category of animals that they don't care about.
It's not consistent. Like, how can you not care about birds but then not care about chickens? Care about chickens. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, again, we can run name the trade.
Right. You ran that already tonight, didn't you?
Yeah, that Snivels guy couldn't name the trade.
No vegan can name the trait. I've never met a vegan that would even try. They can't. Neonics driving 200 speed toward extinction. That's the kind of pesticide that is sold by AgBiome, owned by Blue Horizon, funding Earthling Ed. Veganism is death.
Also, pause the video. Pause the video. There's this like there are these forever chemicals.
Yeah.
And they're like in pesticide, right, in huge amounts. But what I've seen vegans say is that fish has a lot of forever chemicals attached to them, which is true, but they probably will not mention that the fish they're in the water and the water is being contaminated with these pesticides that have these forever chemicals in them, which latches onto the fish. So they're not really showing the big picture. They're just saying, oh, fish has a lot of forever chemicals, and that's why you should eat fish or whatever, trying to demonize fish with that argument. But they're not telling you that the pesticides that the fruits and vegetables and the avocados and the vegan food uses, that has a lot of forever chemicals, which contaminates the water that the fish lives in.
Yeah, the crop agriculture is being used to poison the animal agriculture, and then the animal agriculture is being pointed at by the chemicals companies, because the power for all of this propaganda comes from companies like Bayer Monsanto. They're the ones that are pulling the strings. They're the ones that end up demonizing animal agriculture, because for them, even though they profit from animal agriculture, they would profit a lot more if they could if they could disrupt the animal agriculture sector and redirect an ultra processed food from some of the soy meal that they're feeding pigs or poultry. Then that the profit margin on something that's packaged and labeled for humans is much higher than the profit margin for livestock feed. So yeah, it's almost like a fireman, and I've seen cases where a criminal fireman will go out and start fires and then show up as the hero putting the fire out. It's kind of what the crop chemical industry is doing right now, is they're poisoning livestock agriculture with all of their chemicals, and then they're pointing at the livestock as the reason that those chemicals are being used.
By the way, let me address something that Snivels just said in the comments or in the chat. He says, is it possible for a vegan to choose crops that minimize crop deaths that don't fit your all-encompassing view of veganism? Okay, here are two questions. First, name that crop that you're talking about that would minimize crop deaths. Name that crop. And second question, how much of your food is sourced from monocrops?
This is where he says, "Oh, I grow all my own food at home. I don't use any crop protection measures at all. Everything is organic and veganic." He's going to give you this
Well,
this
okay,
anecdotal.
he said he did before. Like, okay, I didn't see that, so repeat it again, please. Like, what are these magical crops that are not lethal for animals?
What are these crops that you're referring to, Snivels?
And by the way, if you say that you have some kind of garden and you source everything yourself and none of it comes from toxic monocrops, then this leads to my next question. Like, do you think that this can be scaled for all of humanity, your way of eating and living? Silence.
I said low pesticide usage crops, like low
Like what?
crops.
Wait, he named something. So peanuts, potatoes, sweet potatoes, legumes like beans, lentils. What would you say, Garland? Are these low pesticide usage crops?
No, they're not fruits. So he knows that fruits are high, so he's not going to list fruits. He tried to stay away from. This is a list that he intentionally put together. This person doesn't know anything about crop deaths, doesn't know anything about agriculture.
But by the way, can you live only on those crops? I'm just asking. Can you live only on peanuts, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and legumes like beans? Can you live only on that?
Yeah. This is
can a human being live on that only?
They have calories. Isn't that all we need?
Well, Skittles and Oreos also have calories.
Yeah, but we can take vitamins. We can get supplements. Just eat fortified foods.
Yeah, we are getting to that also in today's stream. Don't worry. This is gonna be fun.
Oh, just eat fortified foods. It's as simple as that. Just eat fortified foods.
Yeah, we'll see about that. This is I found some interesting sources on that.
Believing in fortified foods is like a child believing that their toys were made by elves in the North Pole. It's a silly, childish belief.
Yeah, it's another one of these techno fixes. Like vegans always have this techno fix. Oh, there's this nutrient missing, or we're just creating it in a lab, and we have this lab-grown meat, and we have this fungi-based meat, and we have this algae-based meat, and we have this insect-based meat, and we have this we have the vertical farming, and we have the like AI pollinating, like insect robots, and like whatever else nonsense they come up with. Like, none of that is tried and tested. None of that is like none of that is really investigated properly. The long-term effects of that, the sustainability of that, none of that. So, but yeah, we can just, based on that, just throw out all the animal agriculture, which is tried and tested and works. But no, just, turn everything on its head for something that humanity has never tried. Oh yeah, the typical, what Sniffle says. Oh, my blood work is just fine, and I've been vegan for 8 years now. Yeah, okay, there are some people who are smokers for 8 years. Whoop-de-doo. By the way, can you
Also, blood work.
yeah, it doesn't show in everything, right? The bioactive B12 doesn't appear in that blood work. But I have a question for Snivels. Like, name me one vegan that has been vegan throughout all stages of life. Oh, Nick the Anti-Carnist is on. Lol, did you want me to come on and what does this word mean? Your crop devs argument? Oh god, this guy again, who doesn't even understand the burden of proof, apparently, because he says that we have this burden of proof to show him some evidence that a vegan diet is impossible, even though he has not shown evidence that it is possible throughout all stages of life.
Nick, did you want to come on? I'll put a, I think I have a way of, if Nick can show his face, then I'll get him past security. I just dropped a link in the chat. It takes you to an article talking about how the soybean industry is displacing the cattle industry. And then that drives the cattle industry into the forest, because the soybean industry is so much more profitable that they buy out the pastures that have been well fertilized by the cattle. And then the cattlemen have to move to where the land is cheap, and the land is cheap where there's trees.
Yeah, I read similar stuff. Yeah, the whole thing about like Amazon rainforest, that is really a domestic problem when it comes to Brazilian deforestation.
That has a lot to do with the roads that their government policy, roads that they're building. They're incentivizing deforestation over there.
Yeah, it has a lot of stuff to do with illegal land grabbing and land speculation. yeah, to say that this is like every time an American or a German eats a burger, then they're destroying the Amazon rainforest or something is absolute nonsense.
Yeah, the plan, if you can see what their plan is. The plan is to, because right now only about 2% of that soy meal is being eaten by humans. 98% of it is going to livestock. Very little of that going to cattle, less than 1%. Most of it going to the pig and poultry industries. But the idea is to add layers of ultra processing so that that other 98% can be processed in a way to make it somehow digestible for humans and palatable. It's a lot. It's just, I think, haven't you and I looked at some literature studies showing the profitability being higher in plant-based foods than animal-based foods?
Yeah, there are some market reports there, definitely.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah.
You're a vegan?
Yeah. Auntie Karnik, you've talked to me before.
So what did you want to talk about?
Crop deaths.
I don't remember seeing your face, but
Oh yeah, I was just on the I wasn't with the camera last time, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to come to basically take out the crop deaths argument specifically.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Why don't you state really quickly for the record, I guess, what is your crop deaths argument? Just that way it's out there. 'Cause I haven't really, I just popped on and saw that you were streaming. So
Garland, let me just state. I mean, it's not actually like a quote unquote argument necessarily. It is just a fact that both the meat and the plant-based diet kill animals, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Sure.
Okay, so given that this is the fact, the default position should be, or is, that neither the meat eater nor the vegan shoulders the burden of proof for justifying their dietary choices, given that both diets result in animal suffering and deaths. Now, given that the vegan attempts to shift the burden of proof onto the meat eater to justify their consumption, this creates an asymmetry, because the vegan does not shoulder a similar burden of proof to justify their consumption of plants. So that's one part of the thing I would say about that. And given that this is, and by the way, would you say that that is morally justifiable to consume animals in extreme life or death situations? Like, for example, if you were stranded on an island and you had nothing else to eat but wild boars or something.
I mean, one could make a case for consuming humans under those conditions.
Let's just talk about animals right now. So
humans are animals too. So you're talking about specifically non-human animals.
Yeah, we're talking about non-human animals. So I just want to know if under survival situations, under extreme survival situation, would you say that eating an animal is morally okay? Would you say yes or no to that?
I mean, I guess it would depend on the particulars, but sure, I guess there could be a scenario in which, one might find it morally justifiable.
Yeah, so if you acknowledge that, then animal consumption can be morally acceptable for human survival, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would depend on the particulars, but sure. Depending on what you mean by survival, but sure.
Sure, like survival.
It's possible. Sure. Yeah.
Survival can mean different things, right? So it can mean surviving for 10 minutes, 1 hour, 10 years, or the whole life.
Versatech one says humans are not animals. Apparently unfamiliar with scientific taxonomy. Anyway, go on.
Well, we're not arguing that humans are not animals. We both agree with you on that.
Sorry, I just saw a chatter. I can.
This is tangential. That's tangential.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, so you would say that animal consumption under certain extreme life or death situation is acceptable for human survival.
Yeah,
now, but you would probably say that we are not living in extreme survival situations right now, so therefore we should be relying on like plant-based diets, right?
I mean, I guess I wouldn't be stating it that way, but sure, I guess. I mean, that's not really exactly like how I would draw that inference with that wording, but like, sure, go ahead. Yeah, we're definitely. I would agree with the proposition that if you live within 5 minutes drive of a grocery store of some type, you're not in an extreme. Anybody watching this is not in an extreme life or death situation, and and also the consumption of animal products is unethical. So I agree with both of those propositions.
However, now the vegan, in this case, has the burden of proof to demonstrate that it is possible for humans to survive on a plant-based diet for their entire lifespan, from pregnancy until death. If I define survival as surviving for the entire lifespan from pregnancy until death. And I could also frame survival as, or consider survival on a collective scale. So humanity's survival. So the vegan also has the burden of proof to show that a plant-based diet can feed humanity intergenerationally, sustainably, globally. It is therefore the vegan who has the burden of proof to demonstrate that eating meat is unethical and eating plants is ethical, given the asymmetry created by their attempt to shift the burden of proof and the additional considerations of survival and lifespan. So which of these premises would you reject?
Well, I mean, I think that's just like an easy reductio, which is just that you don't make moral decisions in any other context this way.
Well, yeah, I didn't hear your argument.
Yeah, I mean, so out of curiosity, do humans die in farming accidents?
Apparently they do so.
Okay, and humans die, like, for instance, in vehicle accidents, potentially involving trucks transporting goods and stuff. Humans die in warehouses distributing stuff.
I see where you're going with this. The animals that die in crop agriculture, most of the animals that die are like intentionally killed by human beings, not accidentally.
Okay, I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter because you're still, you have intentionality when you're going to, for instance, we could even talk about, like, for instance, like defending property with like wars and stuff. Are you saying, or like even defending property against other humans, like in self-defense? I mean, those sorts of things happen.
I know where this is going. Let me give you a hypothetical situation, right? And this hypothetical situation, which I'm going to give you, is actually based off some historical event to make it actually more realistic. It's not 100% based on it historical example, but whatever.
Hey, out of curiosity, is torturing an animal okay? Like, for instance, if you really just really enjoyed dogfighting.
You already asked that question in the last debate, but let me just give you this hypothetical first.
Well, I mean, still, like, you would have to make progress on why it is that killing an animal is okay by stabbing it in the throat, as opposed to, like, for instance, dogfighting. Like, I mean, that's still, the question still stands. Like, why would I accept your argument in the first case, but not in the second?
What about the third case?
Wait. Garland, he tries to shift the burden of proof onto us again, even though both these diets kill animals. So why is it for you okay to kill animals?
Well, I mean, you're alleging that they don't just kill animals, right? That it like the pesticides are actually pretty horrible towards animals, and it in fact tortures them. So I actually think that dogfighting is justified, right?
I don't see how you're getting there.
Well, I guess I don't see how you're getting from, like, for instance, like pesticides to killing animals by.
So you don't? Are you claiming that pesticides aren't manufactured and engineered intentionally to kill animals?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm still wondering what's the difference between that and dogfighting. Like, what's the difference between eating meat and dogfighting in this moral context?
What's the difference between?
Wait. He's asking the question, but are you asserting that eating meat is the same as torturing animals? Are you asserting that, or are you just asking the question?
Well, I'm saying that there's a fundamental underlying argument that you're making here, and I'm calling that argument into question.
No, I'm not making an argument. I have the only thing that I said is that there's no special burden of proof onto the meat eaters to justify their consumption.
Oh, well, I mean, that's like trivially false. Like, if you just look at like the definition of special pleading, right? That's when you make an exception without providing a justification. So if you make an exception, then the burden of proof would be on you and to justify it.
Well, but so does the vegan.
Well, that goes back to the silent ninjas in your house. Remember, I give you that example, right? Let's say I claim that there's silent ninjas in your house. They're just really good at predicting what room you're going to go in. I'm assuming you live in larger than a studio apartment, in which case this example doesn't work. But and so they're just always sneaking from room to room, such that you are not able to capture them. If you say, I'm going to set up cameras, well, they're also tech geniuses, so they can hack into your cameras and mask themselves out. And so the question is, I mean, the burden of proof, is it like a 50-50 thing to prove that there aren't these silent ninjas living in your house? Of course not. It's absurd. And why is it absurd? Because it's an unfalsifiable proposition. Because it would require an infinite amount of knowledge. It's a proposition that's by design. Requires an infinite amount of knowledge to disprove. You'd have to be in your house everywhere at the same time. Otherwise, I could always just claim, well, they were just really good at sneaking around. You went up the stairs, went into one room to check, and that's when they snuck down the stairs or whatever. Right. So
I can just ninja. Who's the ninja in this analogy?
Well, I'm just saying what the point that I'm making, that I'm trying to impress upon you, is that you can make there are a whole class of propositions that you could make that are completely unfalsifiable by design. There's a global conspiracy to keep the shape of the world, hidden from us normal people. It's actually flat. That's an unfalsifiable proposition.
We know what unfalsifiable means.
Right.
Nothing I said is unfalsifiable. Right. I said simply
so
that.
Let me get to that. But so you agree that then if your epistemology includes needing to falsify claims that are unfalsifiable by default, then that would lead to an epistemology that's completely incoherent, because you'd be forced to accept contradictory claims. Because I can make a bunch of contradictory claims that are all each unfalsifiable, and if you're forced to accept them all, then like I don't know where the hell that would leave you, right? So like if a claim is unfalsifiable by default, like the burden of proof would have to be on that claim. Like if the contradiction of that claim is highly falsifiable, right, you would just need to run into one ninja in your house, and then you would know that the claim there's no ninjas in your house is false, right? But on the other hand, you would need to be in your house everywhere all at once to know that that the claim that there are ninjas in your house is false. Does that make sense?
I'm still not
sure
seeing how this is interacting with anything else.
But okay, I just wanted to get that clear, that like your epistemology can't include that we start accepting unfalsifiable claims by default, right? So like, for instance, let's say your claim is that you'll run into some problem if you don't eat some animal product. I mean, I could do that with any product, anything you want. You're going to run into some health problem if you don't eat whatever, oysters. Like, I could pick anything, or some stupid subset that like I can be reasonably confident, oysters and peanut butter, that like I can be reasonably confident that hardly anybody in their life has never eaten at least once, right? And the thing is that the space of problems that you could run into is infinitely large, right? You could have
but I'm not saying that.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that that's the thing, is that when you're saying that the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that it's possible, that something is possible.
No, that's like
that doesn't make
that's
incoherent.
No, it's not incoherent, actually.
Okay, so what are you trying to say then?
I mean, vegans say that there's this. I mean, you acknowledge that, or you said that in non-extreme situations where there's no like survival hardship or whatever, that we should be relying on plant-based diets. You said that, right? You agreed to that.
Yeah.
So yeah, given that this is the case, but you also acknowledge that animal consumption could be morally justifiable or acceptable for human survival. That implies that it is on you to demonstrate that you can survive on a plant-based diet. That is not unfalsifiable. That is falsifiable.
Let me think.
Right. Let's say I show you that there's not going to be any problems within some subset of things. You could always just say, well, the problem is outside of that scope. Like there is going to be a problem. Like you could just say you haven't gone through all of them.
No, it's
that infinitely.
No. It's just either you can survive on that diet or you can't. It's that simple.
Right. Those are two contradictory claims. That something it's possible or impossible.
Yeah, and
right.
you have to prove that it's possible.
In the real world, human beings have been omnivorous, and I would say to both sides that neither the vegans nor the carnivores, and I'm talking about the zero carbohydrate carnivores, neither side has provided evidence that you can survive a lifetime from pregnancy to death and reproduce. There needs to be some evidence from both sides that would look like, well, that would look like if you had someone that you could confirm their diet that had lived their entire life, were born from a vegan mother, vegan father, lived a vegan their entire life, died eventually, had children.
How would you know that they're not
had
lying?
Children had, well,
that's your problem.
That is the problem, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. So that would make it an unfalsifiable claim.
No, you can still get to that knowledge.
How?
Like we know that there are omnivores living omnivore like most, how do we think we know that most people on this planet are omnivores? How do you think we know
I'm
that?
not trying to claim that there's a problem on omnivory. You're trying to
Yeah,
claim that
but
there's a problem on veganism, right?
no,
So
no,
how can I claim that no problem exists? You're asking
no,
me
no,
to
no, no,
show
no, no,
that.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
You said that. How do we know that they're not actually omnivores, right? How do we know that they're actually like vegans throughout all stages of life?
Yeah,
You,
I could
you,
just be infinitely skeptical of that claim. Why
yeah,
should I
but
accept it? The burden of proof is, if the burden of proof is on the vegan and I'm an omnivore, I would just say, I don't know, it's possible they're lying, prove they're not.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
but that how
So
how
so it sounds like then that wouldn't falsify, if I found that person, that wouldn't falsify your claim. Because regardless of whether or not you had any reason to believe they were lying, you could just claim that they were. And how the hell are you going to prove that somebody's not lying about their diet in that way?
Right.
You can't.
well,
So
you
So that
could
makes
say
your
that
claim
about any diet then.
unfalsifiable. That makes your claim So that makes your claim unfalsifiable.
But
we know that they're omnivores. That
from a practical perspective, if we're going to move the world population into a new food production system, aren't we going to answer that question before we dive into it? The whole world population at once, I mean, shouldn't maybe a small percentage of people like you, why don't you and a bunch of other men and women move to a vegan island and farm and show us how to farm veganically, produce your own food locally, eat vegan, do it for 175 years and get 3 generations, because
Why
I mean, we're
175? Why not 500? Why not 1,000? You could just keep on
longer
increasing that
yeah,
timeline. I'm sorry, there's some problem that's going to run in. You're going to run into some problem at the 50th generation. I'm telling you
listen.
now, prove that there isn't.
No, listen. Right now there are people out there who are women. There's women out there who are deficient in certain vitamins. Some of them are vegans. Some of them are omnivores. Some of them might even be like carnivores. And they have deficiencies that are affecting the baby. And the baby is going to be born with a profoundly affecting birth defect that was caused by nutritional deficiency caused by dietary choices.
Okay. I mean, that sounds like a claim to me.
What are you saying, that nutritional deficiencies aren't caused by diet and nutritional deficiencies don't cause birth defects?
No, nutritional deficiencies could definitely cause birth defects. I have no problem with that claim.
Okay, so what, you think that diet has nothing to do with nutritional deficiencies?
No, diet definitely has to do with nutritional deficiencies.
Okay, then there's nothing about what I said that you should be.
Yeah, so how does that get you? Then how does that get you to what's the problem on veganism? Right, your claim is that vegans should shoulder the burden of proof of demonstrating that some problem doesn't exist.
You're the vegan in the room. You're the one that you belong to a group that is confronting humanity, right or wrong.
I don't know what confronting.
Well, we're the rest of us non-vegans are busy being our carnist selves. We're not even thinking about what you're thinking about. You've confronted us, and you want to alter our behavior. You are willing to go to quite extreme measures to get that done, and you are demanding that we omit a food group or two from our diet. You are the one that's being the offensive player. We're minding our own business, and we've been confronted by veganism, and veganism is making certain demands of us.
Yeah, how much you don't like a position doesn't determine the burden of proof, nor how big of an a-hole those people are, nor how confronting they are.
But
You just
you
don't.
have the burden
It
of
wouldn't matter
proof.
because
You have the burden of proof.
If you're the guy who's walking up demanding that everyone else change to your belief system, then you whether or not you can study debating, and there's a long list of little debate tricks that you can get, but it doesn't do anything for the animals, my friend.
what
Doesn't
if
do
the
anything for
person
the
that's
animal.
making the demand has a falsifiable position and the person they're making the demand of has an unfalsifiable position?
Explain it. Explain yourself. Who's got the falsifiable position?
Just like, I'll give you another example. Agnostic atheists. We went over this last time. Like agnostics are newer than, I guess, at least in Europe, right? Definitely is like not the mainstream culture. They were the confronting group, but I don't understand what it would mean for them to shoulder the burden of proof against an unfalsifiable claim. Or if I said that astrology is bullshit to some group of people that had worshipped astrology for thousands of years.
How about this? What if I walked up to you on the street and I stopped you and I wouldn't let you take another step, and I demand this? I want you to take off your left shoe, and I want you to walk. I want you to take off the shoe and the sock. The shoe and the sock have to come off. I'm making this demand. I know that it'll be better for the environment. I know it'll be better for the humans. You cannot prove that removing your left shoe and sock, and I want you to, every day, you have to dress only with a right sock and right shoe. You can never put that other one on. The world is going to be a much better place if you do it, and I demand that you do it. I demand it, and I won't take no for an answer. I won't take no for an answer, and my team of soldiers won't take no for an answer. We demand that you change. Well, you're gonna think that's gonna be a ridiculous idea, and at the very least, you're gonna say, "What is your evidence that this is going to be a better world if I walk around with one sock and shoe off?" And you say, "Well, that's."
Your audio is cutting out. I don't know if that's me or if that's you.
I've got a cable that needs to be replaced. I just learned today.
I keep on telling you to get a digital mic.
I think I do think I have one.
I mean,
some headphones.
Anti-Carnic or anti-Carnus, Nick the Anti-Carnus.
Yeah. Well, the amount that you're being confronted or whatever, like that wouldn't have any impact on the truth or falsehood of the claim, whether or not taking off your left shoe is going to be good for the environment or not. Like that, the truth claim of that is going to be independent of whether or not I enforce that on you.
Don't you think that you're the one, if you come up to me and you're telling me to take off my shoe and my sock, and I look and I can see, like in the case of crop deaths, I can see that the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu is primarily destructive and deadly monocropping. And it's reliant upon the petroleum industry. It's reliant upon the coal industry. It's reliant upon heavy tillage, which is causing climate change due to the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that releases. It's causing erosion. It's causing hot convection currents that blow up into the atmosphere and decrease rainfall. It's causing polluted tributaries and rivers. It's causing the oceanic dead zones, and the numbers that it's killing right now are unknown. But we do have some preliminary estimates. We know that 3.5, that a conservative estimate is 3.5 quadrillion insects killed in the United States every year from pesticides. Globally,
can I because you're walking away with this because we're still way back here.
Yeah.
You're now talking about
the reason I'm walking away is because I've studied this issue. The vegans keep running from the crop deaths issue. You know, they keep claiming to be caring about animals, but every time you sit down with one of them, they can't do anything but justify ignoring the crop deaths issue and ask for the Garland Farms channel to be shut down so that people will know about it. And people are knowing about it, and that's one of the reasons why vegans swamp me whenever I have these live streams. But the reason I walked away with it is because
a lot of vegans make crappy arguments. Sure.
Yeah. And so do carnivores do too, and a lot of omnivores make crappy arguments as well. But the point is that you look around and you see all this environmental destruction, you know, and me especially, because I could have chosen to do anything with this farm. I could have been a cotton farmer. I could have been an olive farmer. I could have grown corn, soybeans, but I looked around, and from an ethical omnivore perspective, and said, what's going to regenerate the soil here? What's going to cause the least amount of animal suffering and death? What's going to help reverse climate change? And so I got into the regenerative ruminant grazing management and taught myself how to move the animals in a way that mimics the natural migration patterns, which build soil carbon, doesn't require any pesticides at all.
You were claiming that there was some problem on a vegan diet. Like you've
vegan diet.
You've abandoned that claim right now.
No,
you're talking about something completely different.
The vegan diet relies upon monocropping.
Do you want to go back to that claim? Because your argument that we're talking about what the burden of proof is, right? So now you're just talking about something completely random and different.
Garland, let me talk. So basically, you're saying that because I can be infinitely skeptical, that means my position is unfalsifiable. Well, we can't say the same about your position, because you say that. I mean, we saw this in a last debate that we have. Like every evidence that we showed you, you were just nitpicking, and you're basically were saying, show us the evidence that a vegan diet is impossible, which is basically asking us to prove a negative that is unfalsifiable. And you might be saying, that is not unfalsifiable because proof of something being impossible is proving that something is impossible. That means it is falsifiable. But
you realize that, like, proving the concept of proving a negative is not a coherent concept, because every negative statement can be made a positive statement by contraposition. The statement that if P, then Q is the statement that if not Q, then not P. Like, every positive statement's a negative one by contraposition. And there are plenty of negatives you can prove, right? Like, you can prove that there's no round squares, for instance. That's easy. Like, there are plenty of papers that show that if P, then Q. I've written some of them in physical chemistry, not in nutrition science, but I mean, this happens all the time. There's plenty of papers like that.
Isn't that a different category? There's no round squares.
Yeah, that would be like a logical contradiction. But you could show like a physical contradiction. That's not a possible. That's not
give me a one.
You can't reduce oxygen on thiolated gold all the way. The 4-electron reduction. It's an easy one. I mean, there's all kinds of ones. You can show all kinds of problems.
Can you do one that's less? I'm
less
not
esoteric.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm trying to think of like just a very pedestrian example of like
something stupid meat eater would understand.
You can't I don't know, like that car can't generate sufficient lift in order to achieve flight, a standard Toyota Corolla. How about that? Under normal driving conditions, right? And you would just, I mean, I guess it would be tough to publish that as a paper because it would be like a well, duh, right? But you could show finite element simulations and calculate the amount of, what the drag coefficient is under like certain conditions and demonstrate conclusively that the quantity of force is just, well, like the quantity of force of a Toyota Corolla is just not even going to be equal to the weight of it. So there's no way you could even like generate sufficient lift. You're not going to deflect enough air downward. Like, I mean,
Okay. We're getting a bit off topic. I want to go back to
no. Your claim was that impossibility claims don't exist in the literature, and any paper that has an if P then Q has an impossibility claim, which is that it is impossible to get P without Q. That's in like any scientific paper. Open a scientific paper. It's got that in it, right? Like,
okay, that but you would say that, but why exactly is my claim that, or why is it what I'm asking of you, is it unfalsifiable? Because
well, because if you say that there's some problem that you're going to run into,
no, I'm not saying that. You have to provide evidence
that there's not a problem that you're going to run into. Well, what's the list of problems you could run into? The list of problems you could run into on a vegan diet, in principle, could be infinite. How do I know that you're not going to run into left pinky issues playing guitar on a vegan diet?
I'm not saying some specific problem. I'm asking you to provide evidence that you can survive on it. That is, you wouldn't say that this is. You would say that
survive on something is to say that you're not going to run into a problem. But the space of problems is effectively infinite.
But you could still falsify that claim that you can.
It's a positive.
That you can survive on a vegan diet. You can't falsify that. You wouldn't say that you can't falsify that. Well, for example, if I say, can you prove that you can survive on an omnivore diet, or on or you can't survive drinking water or something? Those things you can't falsify, right?
Prove that you can.
What if I said you can't survive in a carless society? Or that a carless society is necessary? You're going to run into problems 175 years after cars come into existence. You're just going to run into problems. I don't know. Prove that you won't run into problems. You need to have people on an island driving cars for at least 200 years. And considering the automobile was really only first produced 130 years ago, just enough time hasn't passed. So I really think that we're going to run into some problem. We should crush every single car in existence.
I think that it doesn't match up because the state of human physiology and human biochemistry research has moved way, way, way past the level of ignorance that you are trying to overcome in your analogy.
I'm just saying that I could just always claim that there's some problem that you're going to run into.
Well, the difference again is that your analogy, there's been no research done, but in human physiology and biochemistry, we know what a plant-based diet can lead to.
There's been plenty of research done on all kinds of aspects of cars, all their outputs, how they affect, the epidemiology of it, leaded gas, all of it. Oh, how about this? Yeah, if we take lead out of the gasoline, right, in 100 years, we're going to run into issues. We need to put lead back in the gasoline. I really think that. I think that we're going to run into some problem. I think lead in the gasoline is really, unleaded gasoline is it's going to cause some issues. I really think so. I mean,
Again,
the burden of proof is, I mean, you don't have any evidence, right? I mean, really, you would need a group of people driving around cars on a desert island with unleaded gasoline, and then an otherwise identical one with leaded gasoline for at least 10,000 years before I'd be willing to even entertain any evidence that I mean, and you were confronting, right? I mean, like, people were confronting people about leaded gasoline, right? And they came in there and they said, change the laws, right? I mean, the burden of proof is on you that you're not going to run into some problem by taking the lead out of the gasoline. Let's pretend it's 1970 or whatever.
Again, this is all nonsense. You can falsify. Like, for example, if you had documentation of a vegan that has been vegan throughout all stages of life, then this claim would be proven that you can survive.
Right, but it's 1970, right? And I say, well, if you did have evidence of, you know, an island of people that had driven around their whole life with unleaded gasoline, then, like, I would begin to believe that claim. But until then, I'm not taking the lead out of the gasoline. I think we're going to run into some problem. I would accept just an island of people driving unleaded gasoline cars for approximately 300,000 years. That's the minimum. I think around then, I think I would be confident in saying we're not going to run into some issue. Then I would be willing to entertain the notion that we should take lead out of the gasoline. I think until you demonstrate that, you know, I mean, I think there's going to be some problem. Burden of proof is on you to show that taking the lead out of the gasoline doesn't provide some problem.
Are you trying to make an analogy between lead and gasoline and animal agriculture?
I mean, I'm trying to show that the underlying point, right, that your claim about where the burden of proof lies is absolutely ridiculous.
No,
like,
actually,
the fact that
it's
the fact that I'm confronting you about leaded gasoline isn't. Who the hell cares? That's not where the burden of proof lies. The fact that, like, there's going to be some problem and I can just demand greater and greater quantities of evidence. Who the hell cares? Like, that's not how you make any decision whatsoever.
Here again, here is why you have the burden of proof, right? So again, both the plant-based and the animal-based diets cause animal suffering and death. Okay. However, you say as a vegan that somehow the meat eater has some special moral failing or ethical failing of some kind. Okay. Now, this is something that you would have to justify.
Yeah, I mean, you're still, like, just trying to take the argument. Right now, you're talking about something completely different. You're changing the conversation. Right now, I just want to talk about burden of proof. I don't want to talk about other crap yet until we iron out this burden of proof. Right? The claim I'm making is that the burden of proof of who's confronting whom is nonsense. Agree or disagree? Confrontation has nothing to do with burden of proof.
It's not about just confronting them. It's about making a positive claim. You're making a positive claim.
Well, it sounds like then what you're saying is agreeing with me that confrontation doesn't have to do with the burden of proof.
But I never said that, though.
Okay, well,
all I did was use that as my describer on how you were coming up.
Okay, but confrontation has nothing to do.
No, but and that's more of a distraction on your part. I feel like, because it's the confronting us and then making the positive claim.
Yeah, I haven't made any claims.
That's what the confrontation is.
Confrontation is just that has nothing to do with anything. And
you approach me and you tell me you can live without animals. You can live without any animal products.
That is a positive claim.
You approach me and say you can live without lead in your gasoline. That's a
No,
positive claim.
I don't care about your lead in your gasoline. I have not approached you. I don't even care what you eat. You have approached me. You care about what I eat. You want me to change.
I'm saying
that
the burden of proof.
That I can live without animals, that I can survive, that I can thrive for generations and generations on a plant-only diet.
Yeah, and you're saying I can thrive for generation, or somebody was saying back in
No,
the
I'm
70s.
not. I'm not. All I'm
Well,
doing
I
is
don't care. Not
saying
you.
in
but
our
like,
conversation, you have this is a perfect example of why everyone knows you have the burden of proof. You're the one confronting us and making a
yeah, you're just like
a
not listening to what I'm
positive
saying
claim.
anymore. Yeah, well, I mean, I think I'm demonstrating this, and then you're not even interacting with what I'm saying.
Again, let's keep this simple,
Again,
right?
the burden of proof doesn't have to do with confrontation, right? Leaded gas in the 1970s
It has
demonstrates
some.
that conclusively.
It has something to do with positive claims, and if you're saying that the meat eater has a special moral
That
failing,
some problem is going to exist on that, right? That there's some problem. You're the one making the claim. Right now, I'm not talking about.
You're making the claim. You're
Right
saying
now,
that
we're
the
not
meat eater
talking
is
about
unethical.
morality. We're talking about a problem exists. Who has the burden of proof? The claim of whether or not that it's moral or not is secondary, because this problem feeds into the moral claim.
Okay,
right?
so
This moral claim happens independently of that.
right.
Either there
But
is or isn't a
within
problem
that we have
on it.
within that we have to get to this realm right here. The realm is, do you or do you not claim that humans can live without eating any animal products?
Yeah, the thing is that it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not my. That's
Yeah,
not.
yes,
my
yeah, it
claim.
matters. It matters. It matters. It definitely matters.
Well,
Because
not
you're
in-
saying
well,
that
not in the way that you
If
phrased
you
it.
don't claim that, then what are you here? Why are you here?
Right. The thing is that what you're trying to do is you're trying to rope it into some type of claim that's
The vegan claim. The
by
vegan claim is
contraposition.
that we don't need to eat animals. That's your
Yeah,
claim.
the claim is that I would say specifically that it isn't impossible, or that it hasn't been demonstrated to be impossible. That if vegan, then problem. That claim hasn't been demonstrated.
What you're saying is that we
that is
can live without animals.
unfalsifiable.
That's highly
Yeah,
falsifiable. You would need to name the problem.
He changed it to a negative claim so he could get out of being responsible for his positive claim. The positive claim remains, and that is you're telling us that we can live
I already demonstrated
without
that
animals.
positive and negative is logically incoherent, because by contraposition, you can make any positive claim a negative claim and vice versa. The claim that if P then Q is the claim that it's impossible to have Q or to have not Q and not P. They're like not Q would imply not
Okay,
P.
do you have any claims?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, give us one of your vegan, something that's relevant to this discussion. A claim about going vegan, or tell us your claim. What is your claim?
That some problem that's going to be demonstrated on veganism hasn't happened.
How do you define problem?
I mean, it's like not my burden.
But you have to define at least what you mean by problem.
Sure. I mean, you could right now. Yeah, what you're going to do is you're going to debate whether or not problem is at like an 8 or a 9. I'm looking at like a 1. Like
what do you mean by problem? The question is very simple. What anything? Anything can be. This is unfalsifiable. Anything can be anything. Like, what do you mean?
I'm saying like any serious negative health outcome.
Like what?
I mean, I guess I could give you an example. Would be like, for instance, if you decided to eat a completely unsupplemented raw vegan diet, you can sit down and start naming nutrients that you would be deficient in. If you had no intake of, for instance, anything that's outside of what's within the raw vegan diet.
But
yeah, that'd be plenty easy to do. You would just sit down and start listing them. I don't know, maybe zinc's one of them. It's possible. I don't know.
But then you could say, oh, just take a supplement or fortified food.
Right. That's why I made the caveat that a completely unsupplemented raw vegan diet. Yeah.
Let me
those people that eat just or try to eat just watermelon or whatever.
But
their whole
we're
life.
talking, but we're not talking about that diet though. That is a whole different conversation. We're talking about the plant-based diet, the like whole foods or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, could be. It sounds like a possibility claim. I mean, you did this a lot last time, where you would demonstrate they'd be like, oh, it's possible that X, and then after that, like when I asked for anything concrete.
What do you mean by concrete?
Oh, I mean, like, for instance, I don't know, like I guess it's like theoretically possible, given all of my observations, that the world is flat. Like, I would need some concrete defeater, though.
It still hasn't answered my question.
I'm saying like an actual argument from which the premise.
You see, your own position is unfalsifiable, because you can.
It's highly falsifiable. You would need to name one problem.
Yeah, but you can barely define what you even mean by problem, and then you're talking about like fruitarian unsupplemented diet that we're.
Well,
not
yeah, I was giving you
about.
an example of like a diet that is deficient in something, and that then you could just like point to like.
Yeah, but you said
probably.
But you said unsupplemented, so you could always claim, that there's the supplement, and there's this fortified food, and there's this other variable that we haven't considered, and this study didn't bring up. Like, your own position is unfalsifiable, because you can always nitpick these studies, because there is no.
Well, no, if you showed like that a particular supplement, like just if you had like a paper, I thought you were going to do something with B12 or something like that, but it's impossible. Like if I type in like methylcobalamin into Reaxis and I get absolutely nothing, which would be highly surprising if that's true, or like PubChem or whatever. I mean, like that it's completely unable to be synthesized in the absence of animal products, and that or that no pathway exists. Like, I would be perfectly willing to accept that. Like, then okay, methylcobalamin would be out, and then in the absence of methylcobalamin, that you would necessarily run into like some B12 issue. Like, that would be like that would be something that's like an easy win that you could pull out.
Wait.
Or like, for instance, like this vitamin A. Like, if you could prove, for instance, that there's like a significant population that has some genetic problem where they're completely unable to synthesize vitamin A, or can't synthesize it in sufficient quantities, given that like, they'd have to eat like 10,000 calories of sweet potatoes a day or something unrealistic, in order to generate sufficient vitamin A. And I go to type in vitamin A into PubChem, and there's no synthetic pathway for vitamin A that doesn't involve, animal products. Then like, that would be an easy way to falsify. Like, there's plenty of like, you just pick any of them. You pick anything, and you would just say, well, this doesn't exist in the supplement space, for instance. You can't get this without consuming sentient beings. Then like, I'd be more than willing to accept that the claim that the consumption of animal products is necessary to not run into some problem would be true. Like, that's highly falsifiable. Yeah, completely. And if that evidence existed, like, it would readily be, I would assume, would be readily found in scientific papers.
Let me try to restate your claim. So your claim is that there's no evidence that you're gonna run.
My claim is that
into
my position is highly falsifiable. You would just need to name a problem. Vitamin A deficiency is a possible one, and you could just make a thing that you would just make an argument that would say like, look, this paper says either A or B. This other paper says B is not possible. This other paper says A is not possible. And as a result, then we would come to the conclusion that like, okay, well, like, then we run into some problem.
I mean, so again, some problem is very vague.
No, like a major life-threatening or like health outcome that like you would run into as a result of the lack of consumption of like sentient beings.
Yeah, I mean,
that's right now. That's the argument that we're trying to get at, right? Is that there's going to be some problem, right? Who has the burden of proof? And I'm saying that my position, highly falsifiable, right? If you take the opposite position, there's going to be a problem. Don't know what it is. Don't want to say what it is. You have the burden of proof of showing that no problem exists. That's a black swan claim, right? I can show you white swan after white swan and say, see, there's no black swans. And you can always say, just keep looking. You're going to find one, right?
but if you so let's say there's this let's say there's this inventor of the airplane, right? And the inventor of the airplane said, you know what, I invented this airplane, and let's mass produce this airplane, and let's get rid of all the other airplanes, or not the other airplanes. Let's get rid of the cars, for example, right? And let's fly around these new airplanes that I just invented. And then the people asked this inventor of the airplane, have you actually flown around in that airplane to see whether or not it actually can fly? And then the inventor of the airplane says, no, but I know that it works in theory. Like, how would you say? I mean, obviously the burden of proof would be on the inventor of the airplane if it is something that is also a life or death type of situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, confrontation again has nothing to do with the burden of proof, and the
So
claim of whether or not something whether or not the claim that whether or not this like contraption is able to generate sufficient lift is true regardless of like the social circumstances, right? Let's say I have some vehicle.
Is it just whoever makes the demands first?
That's what you're saying. No. Right.
No,
it has nothing to do with
saying.
priority, has nothing to do with confrontation, has nothing to do with what's the majority opinion, who's coming in and saying, right? Like if one person has some proposition P and
So
it's completely falsifiable, and the other person has some proposition not P that's completely unfalsifiable, if your epistemology demands the burden of proof be placed on the person with the falsifiable claim, you're going to.
I don't think my position is unfalsifiable still, because you can falsify whether or not the airplane is gonna fly around. You can falsify that, and likewise, you can falsify whether or not someone can actually survive on a vegan diet. This is something that you can't falsify. You can.
Sorry. You said that the airplane was the ability of the airplane to fly was or was not falsifiable.
That is falsifiable.
No, it's not. Like the ability of the airplane to fly, that's completely unfalsifiable.
How's that?
Because I could always just have the airplane parked, or I could always have the contraption parked and say it can fly. Prove that it can't, right? And unless you have information about the contraption, right? If I have it under some cover, I have this contraption, and it can fly. How are you going to prove that wrong?
What if we try to get this to a more practical neighborhood and I say, yes or no, do you want me to go vegan?
Again, this just has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to run into some problem or not on veganism. The claim of whether or not you're going to run into some problem or not leads into the ethics, right? Not the other way around, right? Whether or not it's ethical to like do whatever to an animal, that claim is independent, right, of whether or not you're going to run into a problem. Whether or not you're going to run into a problem is an epistemic claim that has a truth value to it.
Right.
That's independent of morality.
The difference between debates and real world is the real world is where the rubber meets the road. And in the real world, here's an analogy. Maybe this will make sense to you. Let's say that I walk up to you, you're in Tennessee, and I say, you know, you need to leave Tennessee, you need to move to Florida.
I mean, you're saying the same thing over and over again.
I'm adamant. I'm there every day. I keep telling you that you need to move to Florida. And you keep asking me, why do I need to move to Florida? And you get into this, well, that's an unfalsifiable claim and in the world of debate. And you're like, look, you're never going to get me to move to Florida unless you can address my questions rather than playing these debate tricks. And so this is where vegans like you, I think,
just calling it a debate trick is like basically just the hardest cope you could do right now. I mean, well, look, there's a truth value as to whether or not you're going to run it. Are you claiming that
you're wanting me to make a change? Then you need to justify why I should.
Yeah, we already established that confrontation has nothing to do with the burden of proof. That just is like complete nonsense.
So you demand some behavior change in other people, and you do not have to justify. They just have to obey. Is that
just has nothing to do with like the truthhood of the proposition?
Then how will you move this towards veganism if you can't meet us where the rubber meets the road?
Yeah, none of this is working towards you demonstrating there's some problem on veganism. Is there a problem or is there not? And if you're not willing to stand by that claim, I would just consider that a concession that you can't demonstrate that there's a problem on veganism.
You're the one confronting us.
Listen.
Confrontation just like it doesn't matter. It's nonsense.
Listen, Garland. We are not claiming that there's absolutely going to be a problem on veganism. We are saying that you have but you have no evidence that this thing is even possible.
Yeah, I mean that's again, that's just a black swan claim. You're just like restating your claim. There's going to be if it's impossible, that's because there's going to be a problem. What the hell is that problem?
You're the one saying that it's possible.
Yeah, I'm saying that the problem hasn't been demonstrated to exist.
Well, that's like saying, well, we can fly to Uranus, and someone saying, well, you need to demonstrate how that would be done, and you say, well, no, I don't have to demonstrate anything. I just get to make the rules.
Yeah, because that would be an unfalsifiable proposition then, that you could achieve that in that way.
No, you'd be saying, well, tell me what problems specifically I'm going to run into. And we'd say, well, we don't know exactly what those are going to be, but you're still making a claim that you have to prove can be done. You're claiming that it can be done. We can fly to Uranus. Show us your work. Show us your math. But you don't want to show any work. You just want to.
I mean, like you're just working in like all these analogies or whatever because you just. I mean, I know that at this point, like you just don't have anything to say. Do you? Is there your claim that unfalsifiable? Is your claim that
right
unfalsifiable?
What you just did is the biggest cope tonight.
Is your claim that unfalsifiable? Would you put the burden of proof if P is falsifiable and not P is unfalsifiable? Would you put the burden of proof ever on the claim, on the truth value of the claim of the falsifiable claim as opposed to the unfalsifiable one? Because if your answer to that is yes, then we're done. Because that means that your worldview accepts an infinite number of contradictory claims.
You know, I assume that every vegan is claiming that humans can thrive on a plant-only diet.
That a problem hasn't been demonstrated, yeah. Right, and then to claim that there is a problem is to say that in the space of problems, one exists.
If you're not
There's a
making
black
that
swan
claim,
out
then
there.
you're not a vegan.
Let me give you an analogy. So let's say,
God, not another analogy that's just like horseshit. Come on, give me,
give me a
rebuttal to that. The unfalsifiable claim
No,
has the
no.
burden
Let
of
me
proof.
let me.
And the
let-
claim that there is a black swan out there is an unfalsifiable claim because you haven't seen every single swan. There could just be one around the
What
corner.
we
He's showing
are
you
what
white
we are
swans.
trying to tell you is that our claim is not unfalsifiable. So again, the analogy. So let's say there's this
Oh,
protein powder. Let's say I have like, let's say there's this advertisement for this protein powder, and the advertisement says, with this protein powder, you're gonna win every competition or whatever, right? This is something that this is a positive claim, right? That this advertisement would make. Would you agree?
Again, like positive claim isn't something that's necessarily even a coherent concept, but sure. I mean,
A positive claim is not a coherent concept.
not logically in the way that you want it to be towards the definition of the burden of proof. But go ahead.
Yeah, the burden of proof then would be on the advertisement to show that it is possible to win with that protein powder in every competition.
Oh, well, it would be trivially true that it would be possible.
Yeah. So why is then our the demanding of you showing that it is possible to survive from pregnancy until death?
I mean, like, this is just another. So, like, your analogy again, your idea with like the advertisement, it would depend on what the claim actually was. But let's say the claim was, if you take this protein powder, you're going to automatically win every competition you're ever in. That would be an impossibility claim. It's impossible to take this protein powder and not win every competition. Yeah, I mean, you just go to like Wikipedia and look up black swan. It's like a logical problem. Like, and black swan it doesn't mean literal black swans. That's asinine.
Just that 200,000 black swan, just a trivial thing for vegans, but birds dying for crops.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that yet. We're still stuck on whether or not the burden of proof is on the person demonstrating an impossibility claim. You just gave another example.
Right.
It's a great another analogy that shows.
This is an example. This is an example of
changing the subject.
Like something like a tool, like a dialogue tree. So that when you actually try to talk about,
I just want to talk about one thing.
Talk about that. We have to talk about this dialogue loop. It's a loop. He doesn't. Whatever it takes. I
want to talk about one thing at a time.
The discussion about crop deaths. Whatever it takes, right?
As long as we go to crop deaths, we're going to abandon this. We're not going to talk about the problems on veganism. You want to talk about crop deaths?
Yeah, can I give an hypothetical on the crop deaths? Because you're gonna probably say like crop deaths are like property protection or something.
I honestly don't care. I know other vegans make that claim. I just say that it doesn't matter. I mean, we protect our property against other people. That doesn't mean that murder is okay. Like, what? Why the hell would I even care? That we protect our property against animals. That makes stabbing animals in the throat.
Okay. Let me give you some hypotheticals. So, let's say there's hypothetical situation where the government has violently forced peasants off their land and privatized the commons and given it to the wealthy, and the peasants, in an attempt to reclaim their land, are now faced with a minefield that protects the property of the rich. Now, here's my question for you. Do you think it is ethical for these peasants to be violently forced off their land and blown up by the minefield?
I don't think peasants own their property that they're on. At
You
least in
don't think
classic feudalism.
that was not that? My question: do you think it is ethical for these peasants to be violently forced off their land and to be blown up by a minefield?
You're asking about people that possessed the land, that had possession of the land?
Yeah. But
yeah, I literally came on here to talk about crop death, so like.
But okay, let's say,
meme.
let's say regardless of whether or not they possess that land, I don't see even how it is relevant for the ethics question actually.
Well,
So
because if you take something from someone and someone takes it back, then that's different than if you take something from. Then if you understand, if you're stealing something back from someone, that would be different than stealing in the first place.
Okay, let's just say these peasants owned the land. Okay, then they're like forced violently by the government to leave that land, and when they want to get back, they're surrounded by a minefield. Do you think that is ethical? Yes or no?
Well, it would be unethical in the first place for the government to force them off the land.
So you say it's not ethical, right?
Sorry,
Yep.
which aspect of it? The taking back, or
no, what the government does, and like the minefield that has been laid out by the rich.
Well, yeah, because that would be impeding the correction of the wrong.
The what?
That would be impeding a correction. If someone, let's say someone steals my car,
mm-hmm.
and I go and I try to get it back from them,
mm-hmm.
and I don't know how he got a full body picture of me like that. Also, why is he like running away? Why would I be running away from crop death? We're here to discuss crop deaths. This is like all right, that's fine. Let's say someone steals my car, right? And then I go to take it back from them, and they shoot me. Right? Yeah, because I had a possession of a thing, and then that possession was taken. I had full knowledge of my possession of the thing. I was in good standing to have the possession of the thing, and I was able to possess the thing, and I was taken. Yeah.
So you say it's unethical what the government does. Okay, a short no.
Yeah, for someone to steal something from you is unethical. Yes.
I mean more like displaced, like violently displaced. These peasants.
Well, violent displacement under like what circumstances? Because, for instance, I could violently displace someone off of my property, right? That wouldn't be unethical.
I mean, to just give the land to the rich, just arbitrarily, to benefit in some kind of way.
Yes, theft is unethical.
Okay, good. So you say it's unethical. Well, that scenario that I just laid out is analogous to the destruction of wild animal habitats for the purpose of monocropping, which provides food for vegans. And the minefield represents the dangers and threats posed to wild animals due to habitat destruction and crop protection measures, such as pesticides, crop protection shootings, trappings, explosives, etc. Now, here's my question. Name the trait lacking in these wild animals, which, if lacking in humans, like the peasant in the hypothetical scenario, would justify the treatment proposed by vegans if applied to a human.
Yeah, it's that you can't steal something from an animal, or you can't steal something from a being that has no knowledge of the possession of the thing.
So you would say that, let's say if those peasants were asleep and were just violently shot during that situation, would you say that this is unethical?
Yeah, because I think you're starting to really break away from your own analogy. I think the analogy you want to make, I don't know, if I may have that liberty, is if the peasants were in some way perhaps mentally handicapped in such a fashion that they were unable to even adjudicate whether or not they had control over a particular possession or property or whatever, in which case, yeah, that can't be unethical to take something from someone that has some consciousness that has not existed, does not exist, and will never exist, for which the possession of something is they're incapable of possession.
Let me get this straight. So you think it's ethical to violently displace human beings?
Under certain circumstances, yeah. If you come on my property, you'll be very violently displaced.
But this is not. But the crop farmer is the one who initiates the aggression. Like it's the government.
But the problem is that I already named the trait for you, which is that you can't steal something from an animal because that's not a consciousness that exists, has ever existed, or will ever exist within an animal that has the ability to retain property rights.
I didn't say steal.
I didn't
say steal.
May I say something? Animals are very territorial. So the idea that they're not conscious of something that
the audio's cutting out, but I didn't say steal. I said violently, forcefully displaced. I don't see how this matters for the ethics.
Yeah, I mean, like, but are you talking about like in terms of, are you? I mean, I'm even trying to like relate this to what it is. I mean, the thing is that, yeah, I mean, this is, I fail to see the relevance in terms of like crop deaths, right? Because this isn't crop deaths anymore.
Oh, right, yes, now, it is. It is.
Because right now what you're talking about is like establishing a cropland, which is like already established, right? But that's not your claim. Or your claim is that the continuous deaths.
What do you mean it was already established? You think that these farms have always been there?
No, I'm just saying that like that's not your claim though. You're not you're trying to make like a different claim, which is the establishment of new cropland, which is independent of the claim that you're trying to make.
No, the taking of the stealing of the cropland from the wild animals is the initiation. That's the first act of aggression. And it's done by the humans that are pursuing plant-based something or other.
Yeah, that has been done in the past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say that that violent displacement has happened. Yeah.
So when the animals come back to their land, then they're shot, they're poisoned. So then
well, your audio is cutting out, but let me address the claim that you're saying. You're saying that like when the thing is that we violently displaced them, right? So then when they come back, it's unethical for us.
Let's say it starts in the year 1800, right?
Okay, sure.
Then you start the farm, and then 1801, the animals come back, you kill them. Then 1802. They come back, you kill them again. 1803, they come back, you kill them again. So you started with an act of aggression, and then every year is another act of aggression on animals that are coming back to their property.
Yeah. Hey, out of curiosity, you live in Texas, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So I guess really Jeffrey Dahmer did do nothing wrong. I mean, because there were people that were violently displaced in order to establish your farm. So I mean, I guess I didn't realize that like you could stand up in court, for instance.
The difference is that you're like the crop protection issue is like a Jeffrey Dahmer that just keeps going year after year after year after year after year after, it doesn't ever stop. the number of victims that the monocropping is causing in terms of suffering and death is in the multi-quadrillions every year.
Yeah, I mean, you're making an excellent case for dog fighting. Yeah.
Well,
By the way, you're saying like cannibalism, like what Jeffrey Dahmer did. He was a cannibal, right?
Yeah, I think that's. I don't know. I don't want to like say something, but that's my understanding. I'm saying that, like, there's no reason then that like I shouldn't be able to torture animals, right?
But
because all of these anti-dog fighters, right? I mean, their food is caused by animals that just come back year after year after year after year, and they're tortured by all these pesticides that we put out on the crops. So I just see no reason why I can't beat a dog with a rubber hose in my basement here. I would really, just a cat torture ASMR factory would just really help me sleep at night. Okay. And, maybe I run into some health issue if I don't listen to cat torture ASMR. You can't prove that problem doesn't exist. So, like, based on your underlying argument that X happens as a result of crops, therefore, like, it makes X morally permissible, or X prime, I should say. That then that's
what did I say makes it morally permissible? What you because you're trying to say I make claims that I probably never made.
I'm saying that, like, if animals dying, my claim is that the consumption of animal products, stabbing animals in the throat, is unethical. Okay, and you're trying to say, well, animals die in crops. There's all these crop deaths that happen all the time, right? And I'm saying, well, there's no reason that would justify me stabbing animals in the throat I didn't
say anything about justify. I said, okay.
Well, then why would you bring crop deaths up? That would sound like an admission that crop deaths doesn't justify stabbing animals in the throat.
No. This is a deflection.
That's like saying stabbing animals in the throat does not justify stabbing animals in the throat, is what you're saying. Because stabbing animals in the throat is one method of crop protection.
Sure. Does it justify dog fighting?
Right. So the dog fighters need to justify their what they're doing. The vegans also need to justify what they're doing.
I'm sorry, but I thought those two are on the opposite side, right? Because vegans would be non-dog fighters.
No, right? The money that you're spending, a portion of it goes to pay for intentional and lethal crop protection measures. You're paying for animal death and suffering. You are paying for it.
Yeah. So let's say I want to then do dog fighting, or I want to eat meat.
Is the dog fighting a way to shed responsibility? In other words, you don't want to do anything about this crop deaths issue. You just want me to stop eating meat. Is that it?
You want me to stop dog fighting?
You want me to stop buying food that's sprayed with deadly pesticides?
That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm
saying.
Yes,
it does. Yes, it does, because the food that is on your menu kills so many animals, and that's okay. Is that okay? The dog fighting is okay. Your pesticides. You know that rodenticides take sometimes 14 days to slowly bleed the animal to death internally.
That sounds like it's making an awesome case for dog fighting.
Does it make a case for veganism is the question that we're trying to get you to face. Why don't you answer the question on the screen, which is, what is your personal motivation for adopting a vegan diet?
Oh, like, are you like asking just like on a personal level, or are you just asking this because you want to like?
Yeah, I'm asking you on a personal level.
On a personal level, it's disgust for animal products. I think if I had to like really put it on a list of, like when I look at like surveys, for instance, That would be probably like the box that I would check, as opposed to like health or whatever.
What is that disgust? Is that like an emotion?
I guess you could call it that.
So you're saying that eating meat is unethical because of because of what? What is the argument for that?
I gave you the argument last time, which is basically just that like we already admit that torturing animals.
But you're
Harming them
you're equating eating meat and torturing animals.
No,
This is a
you don't need to equate two things to say that they're killing one person is wrong for the same reason that killing 1,000 people is wrong. That's not equating the two. Two things can be wrong for the same reason. But one could say that I don't see any logical reason why killing one person should be wrong and killing 1,000 should be okay. Now, maybe there is. Maybe it's because that 1,000 people coming in isn't like an attacking military or whatever. You know, maybe you have some reason, but you would have to give that reason, right? You would have to give that symmetry breaker, right? But I still don't see any reason why, for instance, that harming animals for your own entertainment or what qualifies for that you're unable to demonstrate any sort of problem, right? It should be wrong on dogfighting, for instance, and not wrong on eating animal products. And so far, we can't establish any problems going to exist within the space of problems, which is infinitely large potential problems, right? And so, yeah, I mean, ultimately then, why the hell should I accept the proposition that all of a sudden that we've established this rule that we can't harm others without having some sort of reason for self-defense or some sort of reason why we're taking this action that would otherwise we would consider unethical, right? You know, like you would never say in self-defense, you would never say like, well, you can't prove that there wasn't some problem that I would run into if I didn't behave in self-defense. Right. I mean, like, that would just be like incoherent nonsense. Like you would need to show like, well, you can't prove that he didn't have a weapon on it. Like, it's like you would never, that would never stand as like a self-defense claim. Like, you just don't, like, that's the thing is like, you don't accept any of these moral arguments you're making in any other context. You don't accept this crop deaths argument when it comes to torturing animals. Like you don't accept it in terms of humans either. Like why the hell should you accept it in terms of animals except for motivated reasoning?
I'm not following you. It just doesn't make sense because you're saying that veganism is a better alternative.
Yeah, you're just like not responding to what I just said. Okay, you don't accept this moral argument that you're making that crop deaths are somehow problematic for the vegan position.
No, you're
you
trying
don't
to
accept that in any other context.
Dog fighting, and you're bridging two continents that cannot be bridged. They're not the same thing.
Yeah, I didn't say they're the same thing. I just talked about how they're not the same thing, and I just talked about how 1,000 people dying is greater than one person dying. I'm not saying those are the same thing.
See,
so
here's one of the problem is that you try to get a vegan to look at crop deaths, and they want to talk about dog fighting. And this is a perfect example.
No, I'm talking about your underlying moral.
This guy will not talk about crop deaths. He'll talk about dog fighting.
I want to talk about crop deaths, and I want to talk about how your underlying argument of crop deaths is nonsensical. And your underlying argument
you're saying what you're saying is that talking about crop deaths. What you're saying is talking about crop deaths, learning about crop deaths, exploring the world of lethal crop protection measures.
Yeah, I'm saying that you don't accept your underlying moral argument. Your underlying moral argument makes no sense. That's my argument. And you know
you're
that
the
in
one
any other
you're
context.
the one whose moral argument makes no sense because your diet is responsible for quadrillions more
you don't accept your moral
animal suffering and death, as well as the environmental destruction that's caused by the monocropping that provides the items that's offered on the vegan menu.
You're not accepting your moral argument in any other context except for this one, which is clearly motivated reasoning.
Can you recreate his moral argument?
Right. That you're saying that there's somehow problematic for veganism that
how is
animals die in the harvesting of crops. But you wouldn't say the same thing about like dog fighting. You wouldn't say that it's morally problematic for people who are against dog fighting that animals die for intentionally as a result of like whatever you want to say, even for their entertainment or for their food. Yeah, fuck it. Like, you just don't accept that moral argument in any other context. You wouldn't accept that moral argument in terms of humans. Like, you just like all of a sudden make this exception for animals.
No, you're the one that's making the exception for the animals that are outside the corral. The animals that are outside the confines of the farm, you don't.
Yeah, you're just
care
saying
about.
something irrelevant now. Like, you're just not interacting with my argument. Like, do you
You're
have
not
like, some
interacting
reason-
with mine.
Okay.
In fact, you keep bringing up dog fighting. We're trying to talk about veganism and crop deaths.
Right, because I'm demonstrating that your underlying argument is nonsensical. And that you
Right.
don't accept it in any other context.
Instead of talking about crop deaths, you want to talk about some.
Yes, because it demonstrates that your underlying argument is motivated reasoning and you don't accept it in any other context.
No,
so
that
how
would
the hell
be
could I
you.
show that
would
by
be you.
showing
That's
you all
why
of
you
the
don't
other
want to. That's why you won't face the crop deaths. You're the one that's suffering from
because
what
your underlying argument makes no sense.
You're projecting. You're projecting.
I mean, you don't have a defeater for my argument, so like I don't care that you say that it's projecting or whatever.
You came up and made you made the positive claim that life could be lived without any meat and on plants alone. You have yet to prove it.
Yeah, positive claim is nonsensical in terms of the burden of proof. We already established that. And yeah, you haven't demonstrated there's a single problem that exists. So, and yes, the claim that
I'm not the one that has the burden of proof to prove that a change is going to bring about some result. You haven't even made a claim as to what the result.
Change is incoherent as
even when we ask you on a personal level what's your motivation for being vegan, you said discuss animal products.
Nope. Change is incoherent as far as establishing the burden of proof. It wouldn't matter who is changing. Like that's just nonsensical. You would have to accept
if it's you and two or three other vegan circle jerking debate techniques, you would be right. But in the real world, vegans are trying to get us to change to a system that causes quadrillions more animal suffering and pain than what we're doing right now.
Okay, well, that's a different claim. So that's a claim that the number of animals dying is going to increase, but that's not what your claim is. Your claim isn't that the number of animals is going to increase.
Well,
your claim is that the existence of animals suffering.
No, I'm just telling you. I said in the real world, where the rubber meets the road, not in some debate universe where we have these parameters. Where the rubber meets the road is that you're asking us to make a change that causes more harm. Okay. We don't want to make a change that makes more harm.
That's a completely different claim now. Now you're
that's what you want. That's
moving the goalposts now.
That's no part of that. Part of that is made possible by looking at the details of crop deaths, for instance. You have to look at that to say, wow, you're right. Quadrillions more animals do die.
So you're abandoning your claim of vegans having
in other words, in order to get to the truth, you're going to have to look at crop deaths. But you're running again from crop deaths, aren't you? Another example of a vegan who's running from the crop deaths issue.
Nope. We're addressing your crop deaths issue because right now
you're addressing it in a way that says don't talk about it, don't address it, don't look at it.
Nope, because you're making a different claim now, right? You're making the claim that the number of crop deaths is going to increase.
He's living in the nutrivore debate of vegan universe, and we live in the real world.
Nope, come back. Nope, no. You're running away from me. Come back. Because your claim wasn't that the number of crop deaths are going to increase. It's that the existence of crop deaths in the first place. Right. That's the problem.
Both are true. Both are true.
And I'm saying
they're higher. Yeah. They're hiring. They're already higher, and they would go up.
All right. No. Well, are you going to concede that unless you can demonstrate an increase in the number of crop deaths as a result of vegan diet, that you would completely abandon your crop deaths claim?
Of course not. And we do have data.
Okay. So then it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So then go back, because that's your claim. Your claim is that the existence of crop deaths in the first place has some moral problematic. There's some problem on veganism, right? And you just simply don't accept that.
What do you mean there's some problem on? What do you mean there's some problem on veganism? I don't understand.
That is
on veganism.
because you're saying that it's morally problematic to advance the vegan position, given that crop deaths exist.
No, I didn't say that crop deaths exist. Gosh, you're changing what I said.
Sorry, what's your claim then? Let's
Okay.
iron it out.
Since you won't ever look at it, since you won't ever sit down with me and explore this in every detail, I'll go ahead and tell you that quadrillions more animals suffer and die as a result of the monocropping that produce the items that are offered on the vegan menu.
Can I ask a question?
That's not your claim, because it wouldn't matter whether or not the amount was increased. So
can I ask a question?
Advancing a
It's not that they exist. It's not just that they exist. If they existed, but they were like the way that you try to portray it, you know how while dishonest vegans, they will completely omit the entire multi-trillion-dollar industry called the lethal crop protection industry. You'll ignore that. You won't count any of those. It includes poisoning animals to death, torturing them to death, exploding them, putting dynamite in their mouth, all kinds of violent, inhumane ways that the crop industry kills animals. And
dynamite in the mouth seems pretty inefficient, but I'll just accept that happens.
Okay, did I not already bring up that news article tonight before you got here? That's what's going on if you look into it in India. What they're doing is they're rigging up pineapples with explosives, and then the elephants come and eat the pineapples and explodes and blows their jaw off, and then they starve to death. That's one method of crop protection in India.
That's pretty brutal. That sounds
and so these are the kinds of details I'm trying to get vegans like you and others to sit down with me and go over, but you won't. All you want to do is you want to play debate games. You don't look at what's happening to the animals. That's what I keep begging y'all to sit down and look at what's happening to these animals as a result of the monocrops that are producing the items that are offered on the vegan menu.
Those pineapples could have been eaten by a vegan. They could have been paid for by a vegan.
Okay. They could have been.
And you don't think that
more likely you don't be paid for by a carnist, because that's
you don't think
looking at crop deaths, vegans won't look at it.
You don't think that this is like morally problematic, that what he just described about the elephants? You don't think this has no moral issue attached to it whatsoever?
I mean, it has as much moral issue attached to it as dogfighting. It has as much moral issue attached to it.
What does eating meat have to do with dog fighting? This has been asked in the chat, and it's an absolute valid question.
I'm saying that it's harming others for your own, what amounts to your own entertainment.
So eating meat is like entertainment?
Well, by that I just mean it's for taste, pleasure, and not for any.
That's a positive claim which you have to prove, that it's not, that it's just for taste, pleasure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't see a problem that would exist if you stopped.
Right. But what if I told you I don't eat meat for taste pleasure? We cannot possibly talk about me then.
Yeah, look, you just saw a study up there that half of the UK women have genetic variation, so that they have to have animal products in order to get the vitamin A. There are other genetic mutations out there that you're not aware of, other populations that would suffer. So what do you mean that you don't know of any problems that you could run into? You do know of problems that you could run into. Why would you say that you don't when you do?
So you're saying that you cannot ingest any vitamin A if not by animal products.
And what about all these ex-vegans?
I don't know what ex-vegans have to do with this conversation.
They tried the vegan diet, and some of them say, you know what, this was ruining my health. Wouldn't you say that for them, eating meat is not like dog fighting, but actually necessary?
Well, I always say that, I guess why don't you just take them to I don't know, the Church of Mormontology to go get healed.
What?
I mean, if you're going to accept anecdotal evidence, I'm going to start a Church of Mormontology. That's a synthesis of Mormonism and Scientology, and we can go. We can go pray, pray on people and get them healed.
Now he's talking about
purely
having
by
people
anecdotal evidence.
I'm talking about
Anecdotal
in
evidence.
no, I'm talking about in principle. Would you say that they are? I mean, they are ex-vegans, right? Would you say that they all just failed on a vegan diet and this has nothing to do with their health? Would you say that?
I mean, I don't know if it does or doesn't. I mean, by the way, when you look at like the percentage of like ex-vegetarians, that's approximately equal to about the number of like ex-vegans.
Okay, so what?
It's like
So
I'm saying that's a two-toe fallacy.
No, that's not. I'm not trying to make an ad hominem. That has nothing to do with.
That's not what a two-toe fallacy is, buddy.
That's exactly. It's ad hominem tu quoque. The thing is that when you look at that, it doesn't. What that demonstrates is it's a sociological phenomenon. That what happens is that you're looking at animals. I don't know if you're trying to say something, but
tu quoque is to say, but you do it too. But you do it too.
Yeah, that's not my argument.
Yeah, that's why you said, but vegetarians have. You said, but vegetarians have a similar dropout rate as vegans.
Yeah, that's not
a tu quoque fallacy. That's irrelevant to the discussion. You're trying to deflect.
It's not.
That's you trying to deflect. Yeah, that is. That's a tu quoque.
Tu quoque is a subset of an ad hominem.
No, it's you saying you too. You also.
I mean, okay. So what I mean, I don't know. At this point, I think that you're just like not going to address my claim at all. So I don't know what you're hoping to get out of any kind of discussion. Because I mean, if you're just not willing to address that your underlying moral argument makes no sense, then like I don't know.
Well,
I guess I
don't
know what you want to do. Your underlying moral argument doesn't make any sense. And
it's perfect for me.
You call that
it's
pointing
perfect.
out. You call that running
I think
away,
it's perfect because this frames another vegan running from the crop deaths issue, right?
I mean, you just can't defeat my argument. So if
you see, everyone out there that's thinking about veganism, this is what happens. What happens is you become part of a club, to put it nicely, that does not care about animals, wants to win debates, and wants to force everyone to eat a diet that's void of all animal products, which they have not proven can be done. So they run from the crop deaths issue because the crop deaths issue is their Achilles heel. Quadrillions more animals suffer and die as a result of the toxic monocropping that produces the items offered on the vegan menu that will die in all of animal agriculture every year.
Yeah, that's not your claim, though, right? You just said that doesn't matter, that the number of animals is more. You said that the existence of them at all.
No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. I've never said that. If that was the case, and there was a way to get all the vitamins, and and it wasn't toxic like it is with all of the synthetic nitrogen and the petroleum and coal reliance and the tillage.
Sorry,
and the
say
diesel.
it again because you're cutting out. Repeat what you said. I think you might be cutting out again. You might be trying to repeat what you said and cutting out.
I still don't see how dog fighting is similar to eating meat.
I'm saying that it's harming others without any demonstration of a problem that would exist on the contradiction.
Well, that would be the same for crop deaths. You're harming others without the same justification that you just laid out. By the way, it's not just animals that
I'm
die.
still waiting to hear. Sorry, I was trying to hear an argument. I didn't hear anything against my position.
I'm not sure when my mic cut out, so I don't know where to start. I think what I was saying, just and all I'm telling you is from a personal position. Okay, this is my personal position. With debate rules and tactics aside, just hey, man, I hear you. I love animals too. I have a farm. I take damn good care of my animals. My animals love me.
I don't actually really love animals. Actually, I hate most animals. I actually really hate dogs. Most dogs suck and most dog owners are morons. But anyways, continue.
No, I think this is good. I think that you're kind of the mainstream, aren't you? Mainstream veganism.
Well, I think I'm pretty far outside the mainstream.
You think so? You think most vegans are out there learning about crop deaths, or you think that you're the only one who's trying to avoid it?
I mean, I came on here to debate it and you couldn't defend it, so I don't know what you want.
No, I've already won the debate. I've showed that you don't care about the animals. My goal was to show that you don't care about the animals outside the fence of the farm, or the animals that get inside the fence that haven't been invited
Yeah,
back.
that's just doesn't actually address the problem, which is that you don't accept your moral argument in any other context. You're advancing a moral argument about
that same reasoning applies to you, because you also are justifying killing animals for
that's called a tu quoque way.
For entertainment.
You're
the one
There's your
doing
tu
it.
quoque way.
You're doing it for entertainment.
No, you.
All of the essential nutrients coming from animal products. So eating plants is, in most cases, entertainment.
Can I ask the question? Do you eat vegan donuts?
I've
just be honest.
I've done vegan donuts.
Be honest, you donut. I see you eating those donuts in the morning.
There's only I live in the Cincinnati area. I know there's some donut place that starts with an H, but I can't remember. But no.
What is your sugar of choice?
Sugar of choice.
Yeah.
I don't really have a sugar of choice. I always thought galactose was fun to say.
You don't eat sugar, huh? You don't have any vegan dessert recipes?
Oh, well, yeah, but
what about foods that have been ultra processed and engineered to simulate meat? Isn't that kind of like a entertainment purposes situation?
Are you getting anywhere closer to making an argument, or let me guess, you're going to say I've already made it. let me guess. You already lost.
You say that eating meat is unethical because it's like entertainment or something.
Yeah, it can't be demonstrated that it's survival. So stabbing animals in the throat.
But you said that you eat like vegan donuts and vegan junk food.
I haven't really eaten vegan donuts in quite some time. I guess, I don't know, whatever. Sure. I just had a Diet Mountain Dew.
But the animals dying for that is okay.
There you go.
The animals dying for that is okay. Animals being shot being exploded, being poisoned.
Why can't you just drink tap water?
Yeah, and you just don't accept that argument for any other form of harming other beings or paying for it. So, like, you don't accept that argument for murder. You don't accept that argument for dog fighting, but you all of a sudden you do accept it for the intersection of killing and eating and animals. I just don't know why.
Didn't you say that you hate animals?
I mean, I'm saying that I don't really care for animals. You said I'm an animal lover. I don't really necessarily care for animals.
I thought you said you hate them.
I'm gonna.
You dislike animals.
I mean, most dogs are, at least like around where I. Most of these dog owners just absolutely suck.
Yeah, but we're talking about animals.
What about humans? Do you care about humans?
I mean, I still think it's unethical to murder. So regardless of whether or not we defend our property against invading forces, yeah, like, oh, we defend our property from invading humans, therefore we should kill and eat humans. I mean, if we defend our property from invading animals justifies killing and eating animals, why would it not justify what Jeffrey Dahmer did?
Because the animals that they are not quote unquote invading, they are living in the environment. The crop farmer is the one who is invading their territory, their habitat.
I mean, any disputed territory, we would say the same thing. It still wouldn't make like murdering someone in cold blood ethical. So like that doesn't. I mean, contested properties exist all the time in the human world. That doesn't justify killing and eating humans. That also doesn't justify.
You're equating. You're equating again, which you would have
not
to justify.
Equating. We already addressed this. I'm waiting to hear your counter argument. You know, I don't know. Should I just do something else or? While I wait in here, I don't know. I should probably mute all my tabs if I'm gonna like pull up Reddit or something while you guys try and come up with a counter argument to this.
Do you think that it is problematic that pesticides are invading like the waterways, are contaminating waterways? I've seen a report that showed 1/3 of France's drinking water is contaminated with a possibly carcinogen pesticide.
Yeah, I don't know how this is making any progress.
So you think it's not problematic ethically that this is going on?
I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what this has to do with what I said.
I mean, you say that like everything goes when it's protecting property, right? Isn't that what you say?
No, I would not.
So where's the limit then? Where's the limit? At one point, does protecting property become unethical?
Yeah, I don't know. You're asking me that question.
Yeah, who else?
Ask yourself that. I don't know. You figure it out. Let me know if you come up with something coherent.
So you're evading the question.
Don't accept your own moral argument. So that's my contention. I mean, and I don't know, like you can, I don't know, do whatever this is, which isn't making any progress, but you just don't accept your own moral argument, right? The question is still like, why are you making an exception for the consumption of animal products?
You're telling us to justify eating animal products?
And I'm asking you why you make an exception for the consumption of animal products when you don't accept this moral argument in any other context.
And the same exact thing could be said of you and your ignoring crop deaths. You do not apply the same ethics or morals to the crop deaths as you do dogfighting or eating animals.
Yeah, so this is a perfect demonstration of a tu quoque. Is your audio cutting out still, or?
No, I'm amazed at the lengths that vegans will go to ignore the crop deaths, and now you're trying to call it a tu quoque in order for you to just acknowledge. You showed a little bit of some kind of empathy for animals whenever I told you about the article about the elephants and how they're getting their jaws blown off in India in an effort to protect their pineapples. And you seemed like, wow, this guy's got some empathy for some, but then it goes right back. You went right back into this loop of yours where you put the burden of proof on everybody else except for the one guy in the room that's making demands.
Yeah, demands have nothing to do with the burden of proof.
It makes everything to do with it, because we wouldn't even be having this conversation if it wasn't for you making demands. We're here because you're making demands of us.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with anything.
Yes, it has everything to do with it, because we wouldn't be here if you weren't making these demands.
Yeah, why you're here has nothing to do with the burden of proof.
We don't need a burden of proof.
Saying eating animals is unethical, but eating plants is ethical is a positive claim, which places the burden of proof onto the person who makes that claim, and the person is you.
Yeah, positive claims have nothing to do with the burden of proof. That's logically incorrect.
Yes, they actually do.
Nuh-uh. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know what to tell you at this point. Like, I already conclusively demonstrated that, like, the positive.
If you make
logically
a
incoherent,
claim,
because positive claims and negative claims can be transformed into one another by contraposition alone. So whether or not it's a positive claim is.
So if I'm like, if I made a claim about something, I would have to prove it, or can I just claim anything?
If you claimed the contradiction to an unfalsifiable claim, no, you wouldn't have to prove it. The burden of proof would be on the other person. If my claim is that there's not a bunch of silent ninjas in my house, right, the burden of proof would be on you, because it would require an infinite amount of knowledge. We already went over this.
So you can just claim eating meat is unethical, and somehow you don't have the burden of proof. You can just claim that, and somehow you don't have to justify that claim.
I mean, if the contradiction of it is, well, there's two facets of it. One is the ethical, one's the problematic. But you were talking about how there's some problem. So yeah, if the claim is that there's some problem on it, then yeah, the claim that a problem hasn't been demonstrated to exist, that would just be true until one demonstrated that. Like, I don't know what to tell you at that point. Like, that's how
that's like walking up,
work.
demanding that if you walk up and you demand that someone stick their entire foot in their mouth, and they're asking you at least for some evidence that they're going to be okay long term, and you say, no, you don't have any evidence to say that it won't work long term, so do it.
I missed the first part of it cut out. What's your scenario?
Just repeat the analogy.
Are you
I think it was.
Sorry.
Okay. I said, if you walk up and you tell someone that they must put their foot in their mouth, and they say, do you have any evidence that I'm going to be okay long term doing that? And you say, I don't have to give you any evidence. You have to comply, follow the orders. I do not have to show you any evidence that you will be okay long term with your foot in your mouth.
So you're sorry.
And so the person says, you're asking him to put his foot in his mouth. It's a strange request. Okay. He likes you, he likes you, and he wants to do it. He wants to do it for you because he knows you feel about this. but he wants to know that he's going to be okay. And all you can say is, can you prove that you're not going to be okay? And he's like, well, you're asking me to put my foot in my mouth. Could you at least give me some, I want to do it, but I also want to make sure that I'm going to be all right. Do you have any documentation showing that long-term I'm going to be all right with my foot all the way in my mouth like that? And you put the burden of proof on him. That's what you're doing to us. You're telling us to prove that you can't live without.
Yeah. This only works because you're being completely vague about what the hell the proposition P is about the foot and mouth and health and long term. What's the exact proposition without being vague?
Okay, anti-war mindset. You want to try to put that in different words?
I'm asking you for what the claim is, because there's some claim that's associated with this, right? You're saying that there's some claim about feet and mouths and things being okay or whatever, and I'm asking you for the specifics of exactly what that claim is.
It's basically an analogy to the demand that we should be on a plant-based diet.
Now, I'm asking for what the specific claim the person's making. Like, what's the analogy? In order for it to be an analogy, it has to be a specific scenario. What's the specific scenario?
That there's this person who goes to another person, says, stick this feet in your mouth.
Right, but what's the exact proposition that they're making? What's the exact claim that they're making about health and feet and mouths and being long-term? The exact proposition. Don't be vague.
What was it again? It was show me the evidence that you're going to be okay long term or something, or that I'm going to be okay long term.
Is it specifically that it's possible?
Okay, can you hear me?
I'm trying to get exactly like what it is.
Okay, there's two guys. One of them approaches the other one. The one that approaches the other one, he walks up and he says, "Hey man, stick your foot in your mouth." And he says, "What do you mean?" "Well, stick your foot in your mouth. What the hell do you think I mean? Stick your foot in your mouth." And he says, "I don't get it. I'm hearing you, but you want me to stick my foot in my mouth?" And he says, "Yeah, the whole foot, the heel and everything, all the way to the ankle." And the guy says, "Well, I don't know if it's possible, but I like you, and I think that, you're giving me some good advice, but I want to make sure that I'm going to be okay long term. Do you have any evidence that I'll be okay long term with my foot all the way in my mouth?" And the other guy says, "Do you have any evidence that you won't be okay living your life with your foot in your mouth?"
Right. I need to know. I'm trying to get specifics.
So you're putting the burden of proof on the guy who you're asking. You're telling him, you're ordering him to put his foot in his mouth, and he's just politely saying, "Do you have any evidence that I'll be okay long term?" And you're telling him, "No, that burden of proof is on you. Now immediately put your foot in your mouth, no questions asked."
I'm sorry. I can only respond to a scenario if you decide to give it to me. If you want to give me vague bullshit, then I can't respond to the scenario.
Well, I just gave you a scenario.
I'm trying to get the exact specifics of it. What's the claim regarding feet and mouths and health? What's the exact claim that the person making that request is making?
There's no claim. There's just a demand, because you have made no claims. You have made no claims.
There's no claim, then there's nothing to debate.
Well, you do that on purpose. You do that on purpose, because for you, it's about winning debates. It's not about working anything out.
Let me say something, right? So, I mean, vegans eat plants to survive, right? Isn't that? I mean, we eat food to survive. That's the purpose of food, isn't it? Yes or no? Or are you?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean, but sure, I guess depends on what exactly you mean.
I mean, this is why we eat food, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess as a general rule, yeah.
Okay. So vegans eat plants, and meat eaters, they eat meat, right? So,
I mean, I guess amongst other things.
Yeah, oftentimes amongst other things, but both these diets, again, they cause animal suffering and death. including stabbing animals and shooting at animals and poisoning animals. But you say that the meat eater is somehow the bad guy in this situation. So what's the argument for that? I still don't really like simplify it. Why is it the meat eater but not the plant eater that is so morally bad?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just I'm continuing to say the same thing over and over again, right? Like, you would find it morally problematic if I decided to engage in dog fighting. You decide it's morally problematic what Jeffrey Dahmer did, and you decide it's morally problematic to like.
How is that analogous to eating meat, though?
Right. I'm asking you. I'm saying that if all of these things, all of these cases, are unethical, but yet you can't provide a single reason as to why the consumption of animal products should be an exception. That's by definition an argument from special pleading, which is illogical.
But you have not demonstrated an argument in the first place why it is unethical to eat meat. I don't have to provide anything.
Yeah, by definition, special pleading is when you create an exception to the rule without justifying the exception. That's like the definition from like Rational Wiki off the top of my head. So the question would be, what's the
do you find child poisoning ethical?
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with what I just said.
No, because I want to demonstrate that you are also special pleading.
Yeah, I don't really care if you can find a problem in some some contrary position. That wouldn't actually demonstrate that your position's correct.
My position is that both the plant and the meat eater kill animals. And that means that there is no special ethical burden onto the meat eater.
Yeah, but we already established that torturing animals is wrong in both.
That goes
both the person that engages in dogfighting and doesn't ends up torturing animals. And so you
torturing animals goes on in both animal and plant agriculture.
So then you already don't accept that argument when it comes to making pronouncements against dogfighting, unless you want to say that dogfighting is not ethically problematic. Is dogfighting ethically problematic? Probably. So then your underlying argument, like, you just don't accept your underlying argument for dogfighting.
No, but this is based on your underlying argument, which was that eating meat is only for entertainment. So the burden of proof is on you to prove that there's nothing in meat that we need nutritionally.
The burden of proof is on me that there's nothing in meat that we need nutritionally. I mean, even by your own definition of positive claim, which I don't accept the coherence of, you're not doing a stellar job.
I mean, you said that we only eat meat for entertainment. That is a claim that needs justifying.
Yeah, by that I just mean that there's no problem that's been demonstrated. That's what I mean by that.
By what?
The saying that it's for entertainment purposes. And you already accept this argument in any other context, you know, like you would only be pretending to be dense for the purpose of like motivated reasoning.
That's an ad hominem if you say motivated reasoning, by the way.
Okay, well, it doesn't change the argument. You don't accept the argument in any other context.
I still don't hear how you can justify that all these millions of meat eaters around the world are just eating meat for entertainment. You have not proven that.
Yeah, what I mean by for entertainment purposes is that no problem has been demonstrated on the counterfactual.
Well, we can say that, okay, eating plants kills these animals and is therefore unethical. And not eating plants has not been demonstrated to be problematic either. So
I don't care about anything that ends in either. Demonstrating a contrary position to be true or false wouldn't demonstrate the truthhood or falsehood of your own position. That's what it means for a contrary claim to exist.
but it would demonstrate that there is no special moral failing on the meat eater.
There's no special moral failing.
Yeah, that we're like morally on an equal plane, in principle at least. The plant eater and the meat eater.
Yeah, I don't really care about contrary positions. Again, it's just like immaterial. Like it wouldn't matter if you could demonstrate the falsehood of a contrary position.
My position was always that we, in principle, are on an equal moral plane, the meat eater and the vegan.
Yeah, I guess that my argument would defeat that. Would be a solid defeater for that.
And how?
Well, because if you already accept that, you wouldn't say that like, well, my point would be that a dog fighter and a non-dog fighter are on an equal moral playing field. Like that just like is nonsensical. You wouldn't accept that. A murderer and non-murderer are on an equal playing field. But somehow when it comes to a meat eater and non-meat eater, all of a sudden you make an exception for that rule that you don't accept in any other context. So the question's why?
Yeah, but you eat plants for entertainment, though. And there is no problem that has been demonstrated from not eating plants. So all these animals that are dying for your menu, that
I don't know. That's just a contrary position. I would like. It's not even. It's just like saying things that have nothing to do with the current conversation.
It actually has, because you claim that eating meat is just for entertainment and that this needs special justification.
Yeah.
Yet eating plants apparently needs no justification.
Yeah, you're just deflecting. Is what that is.
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, the truthhood or falsehood of whether or not there's a justification for eating animals is like independent of like whatever exists for plants. And you already accept this in any other moral context, right? Like you don't.
My claim is I don't need to justify it because you don't justify it either.
Yeah, that's not how any of this works. And you already don't accept that. You wouldn't accept that in terms of dogfighting. You wouldn't say, well, yeah, but can you justify like whatever, name some other form of entertainment that's not dogfighting and morally justify that to an potentially infinite problem set. Like people tell you to get the fuck out. Like, like dogfighting's still unethical. Like you don't accept your own argument in any other context. That's the main problem with being a vegan, and that's why most vegans actually suck at debating with meat eaters. Is that you just have to be ready for people to like say shit that they don't believe. Like you don't believe your own argument. Like you don't accept it in any other context. You're just saying a bunch of crap that you already don't believe. Nice quoting yourself here. All right, well, I don't know. I'm solving chess tactics here. I'm stuck on a pretty hard one. But apparently it was only between like two 1800 level players on Lee Chess. But I thought that would be easier, but I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, but I mean, you don't accept this argument for like dogfighting. You wouldn't. I mean, I only saw like the first few parts.
Yeah, but again, this brings us back to how
you don't accept your underlying argument. Like you just don't believe.
How is dogfighting similar to eating meat? And you say that's like entertainment. But I could say the same thing about plants. So we're running in circles. You're saying dogfighting is like eating
Yeah,
meat.
you're just saying like some contrary position has some problem in it. Like I don't know. That's just like not material to the. Anyway, if you're not going to like advance an argument against my position, I'm just gonna. I don't know. I mean, like this is just like you're not actually doing anything.
Yeah, again, you have not proven anything in this debate. You have just claimed that eating meat is unethical and
Yeah, except you don't accept that argument in any other context. Like you wouldn't accept your own argument.
You made the claim that eating meat is entertainment. You never did defend that claim. You never proved it. It's just that is your keystone argument.
Yeah, by entertainment,
eating meat is entertainment. That is your argument. That's your claim.
What I mean by entertainment specifically is that a problem hasn't been demonstrated on the counterfactual. That's exactly what I mean.
No. What you're doing there is that's a flip. You're trying to flip it. Say, well, you haven't proven otherwise, is what you're saying. But you're using specific jargon to make it seem like you're smarter than you are.
All right, fine. Wouldn't matter.
Back to where the rubber meets the road, and the fact is that you're making the claim that eating meat is entertainment. You have to prove that.
Fine, I
have to back it up.
The use of the term entertainment. I'll just say that eating meat, that there just hasn't been a problem that's been demonstrated on the contradiction.
Again, you're flipping, and again, you're saying, no, I don't have to prove what I've claimed. You have to disprove my claim. No, that's not the way this is working. The way it works is that you're making the claim that eating meat is entertainment. Back that up.
Yeah, it's a terrible impersonation.
You haven't,
by the way.
Yeah, you haven't.
You don't accept that argument on any other context, right? You wouldn't accept that for dogfighting.
No, you wouldn't accept it in dogfight either, would you?
You wouldn't.
You wouldn't try to just. You wouldn't.
I'm showing that your position's incorrect.
You wouldn't try to justify eating meat because of dogfighting, would you? But you're trying to justify crop deaths because of dogfighting.
Yeah, this is a literal two quote way.
You're literally trying to use dogfighting as a shield to prevent focus on the gargantuan amounts of animal suffering and death that's caused by the vegan menu.
I mean, I was still waiting to hear a defeater for my argument. You're just talking about
your claim was that eating meat was entertainment. You still haven't backed that up in any form or fashion.
Yeah, what I mean
in any way, and you keep trying to flip it and say, "Well, you didn't prove that it's not." No, that's not how this works. You're walking up, making the claim. You're making the claim. You brought that to the table. You brought that to the table. As stinky as it is, you brought it to the table. Now explain yourself.
I already explained it, asked and answered.
No, you didn't. You turned it around and you said, "No, you haven't disproved that it's not." No, you haven't. You keep trying to. You have to. You made the claim that eating meat is entertainment. You have to. We can't move forward until you flesh that out for us.
I already did. I said that the problem hasn't been demonstrated on not eating animal products. Right.
But so the problem also hasn't been demonstrated on not eating plants either.
Why would that matter? It's just like a contrary position.
Because the plants that are grown for your menu kill a gargantuan amount of animals.
Yeah, that's just like
you could
a contrary, not even a contradictory position. Like it's just like nonsense. That's just white noise. Your whole position's white noise. Say it, you want to.
It's not.
Okay. But anyway, I mean, if you guys can't advance an argument against my position, I guess I'll let you guys go. I mean, that's all I had, was that you don't accept your argument on any other context. And so if you
I want you to think about
I'll leave you guys
why you think that eating meat is why you're making the claim that eating meat is entertainment. I want you to think about that. When you come back, I want you to tell us what you come up with.
Yeah, by entertainment, I mean that it's not for any sort of necessity related to avoiding some problem.
again, the same could be said about plants.
It wouldn't
So
matter.
why are you eating plants? Why are you eating plants?
It wouldn't matter whether or not. It wouldn't matter. That's just talking about some contrary position. It doesn't matter. I could talk all day about proving or disproving Scientology. Is that evidence for Christianity that I could disprove Scientology with 100% precision? No, because those are two contrary positions, right? So if you want to deflect to some contrary position, you're just no longer engaged in the conversation anymore, right? The problem is that you just don't accept your own moral argument in any other context. And all you can do is just like try and deflect or try and demonstrate some problem in some contrary position.
Can you recreate our moral argument?
All right, I don't know. Why don't you guys go ahead and recreate your moral argument? I'm going to bounce because I got shit to do. I'll see you.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, that was a train wreck. So let me get this straight. So eating meat is unethical because
well, because you're justifying it, but you're justifying it using the same justifications that someone might justify supporting dog fighting. Because again, the keystone claim of his argument is that eating meat is like entertainment. So they are making that claim. The fact that they're refusing to back up that claim and instead are saying, no, you haven't proven that not eating meat leads to any particular problem. That's not the way the real world works.
Yeah,
no person or group of people gets to dictate to other people what to do, and then the person that is being dictated to is not allowed to ask any questions to qualify their options.
yeah, it's so I don't really understand it. Like maybe I'm just dumb. I don't know, but this is ridiculous. Like he says, we need to justify our meat eating, but he doesn't have to justify his plant eating, even though both results in animal suffering and death. And on both sides, there has no evidence been demonstrated that the contrary leads to bad outcomes or something. It's incoherent, really.
Yeah, I think that it's designed that way.
I don't know. Maybe some kind of like philosopher has to look at his position and determine whether or not it's coherent, because I cannot make sense of it, to be honest.
I think there are guys out there who are not vegan, but they're really into debate, and they pick veganism and they pick a position of defending veganism, and then they just practice honing, different dialogue trees, different if-then statements, and they come up with, something that they can kind of play like an instrument up against an opponent. But they're not necessarily vegans, and they don't give a shit about the animals, and it's really about debate points.
Yeah, I mean, he actually, the biggest success was that when he admitted that he doesn't care about animals, or that even hates animals, or most animals or something.
Yeah.
Like this is This is actually very honest of him to say, because I'm pretty sure that vegans like Joey Carbstrong would never admit this, or some vegan activists. They would probably never admit this, that they actually don't care about animals. So I give him some credit for admitting this. That was at least honest, but yeah, actually all this debate like was to be honest, it was kind of a waste of time, because we could have used the stream more productively, to be honest. This is why I kind of hate debates, because debates is just all about winning points. It's not actually looking into the issues and looking, okay,
Yeah.
like what is like the food system currently that we have, and how can it be improved? How can it be made better? What is like? I mean, yes, we have imperfect data, but let's look at the data anyway. It let us find out what is appropriate for humanity and animals, and for the environment, and sustainable. Instead of looking honestly into that, we have to debate some nonsense like that.
Yeah, I would like to find a reasonable vegan that is willing to sit down with us, and as someone who proclaims to care about animals should do, sit down with us and let us show you all of the different ways that animals are killed intentionally by the crop protection industry that serves the monocrop industry that provides the items that are offered on the vegan menu.
Yeah,
rather than just barrels of debate jargon. And I get it, it's fun to be, you can there's a group of guys, not just in the vegan community but elsewhere, that right now they're kind of like debate snobs, and if they know the jargon and someone else doesn't know the debate jargon, then haha, they're unsophisticated and they're stupid. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there trying to get them to look at soil horizons and all the different life forms that are being killed in the soil. Have a look at maybe some soil biology. I'm thinking circles around them, because they're caught in this trap of constantly showboating. For one, they showboat constantly for each other, and they're constantly trying to hone those skills on how to take people who have arguments against veganism and get them in a debate, and then lock them into a loop with a dialogue tree. And then someone points out, like we've done with his claim that eating meat is akin to dogfighting because it's nothing more than an entertainment. Get him to try to justify that claim or back it up, and he puts that right there, I believe, in the world of debate is a fail, isn't it? Just by saying no, I don't have to prove that what I'm asking you to do will work. You have to prove that it doesn't work. Is that considered sound debate reasoning? That sounds to me like a loss. Is it not?
Yeah, I mean, if like the basic premise of eating food is survival, and then we are eating meat, and the vegan comes along and says, oh, there are alternatives, so why not go with the alternative? Then the vegan would have to explain that the alternative actually is at least as good as the thing that we're doing now, right? Because there there's a cost involved potentially if the alternative is worse, potentially, right? So this is not too much to ask, actually.
Yeah, their veganism in general is making that claim that eating meat is entertainment.
Yeah, or for taste, they say taste pleasure.
Taste pleasure. Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they're eating vegan donuts with coconut oil in it that causes massive deforestation.
Yeah.
But that is okay. That is
Palm
okay.
oil, coconut oil. It's all destroying.
But yeah, this is why I like to stick to environmental stuff, because this is just something that is very clear that you cannot really wriggle yourself out of that, right? This is like a hard physical limit that you cannot debate out of there. So let's actually talk some stuff about the environment and the vegan diet and things like that.
All right, you have some things to show us?
Yeah, I recently made a video. I'm actually quite happy with the view count because it's got many views in a short time. So that's a good thing.
That is good.
Yeah, basically the argument is that because the vegan diet is lacking in nutrition, that would therefore drive up the environmental footprint. And I have shown some data which indicates that. So we could watch that because I don't have like all the tabs open with all the sources right now. So I have this just like in video format. If you're okay with just listening to that or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that we should read the headlines whenever, if you have like a spot where it's like silence or music in the background while I headline.
No, I'm just talking in that. But
Oh,
you can
okay. Yeah.
you can speed up the talking because I talk slowly. That would be better, I think. And by the way, I sort of cited the study that we cited in the last debate against Nick the Anti-Carnist, where he
Yeah.
cited, where he said like, "Oh, this doesn't take into account fortified foods." But I sort of addressed that in that video, actually.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, fortified foods. Like those are grown somewhere.
Yeah, let's just watch that video. But again, please speed up the video with the speed up option, like what 1.5 or something. That would be good. Hello?
Okay.
Misanthropic vegan propaganda studies always make this claim that a vegan diet or a plant-based diet is so environmentally beneficial and will save the planet and will save the environment. Well, what these misanthropic vegans will never tell you is that these kinds of studies don't take into account nutrition, but will only look at calories and maybe weight or crude protein. However, it is a fact that when you look at different food groups, you get different bioavailability. So, for example, you need to only eat a certain amount of animal foods in order to get the same nutrition as a huge amount of plant foods. So in this graph, you can see that various types of foods that provide the same amount of iron to meet iron needs of a woman of reproductive age. Less liver and beef relative to spinach are required because of greater bioavailability of iron in animal source foods relative to plant source foods. Now, given that this is the fact, and we see it also in this graph, for example, so you have to consume a lot of oranges in order to get 33.3% of required iron, vitamin A, zinc, folate, vitamin B12, calcium, and other key micronutrients that are currently lacking in diets of low and middle income countries. And some of these nutrients are not even in plant source foods like vitamin B12, right? But you have to consume a lot of plant foods in order to get the same nutrition that you would otherwise get from animal sourced foods. Now, why is this relevant? This is relevant because if you consume less food but get more nutrition, your environmental footprint goes down. And if you consume more food in order to get the same nutrition, your environmental footprint goes up, okay? We can see it in this graph, which actually took these kinds of nuances into account. So here are the foods ranked by land use, carbon footprint, freshwater withdrawals, acidification potential, and eutrophication potential when leveled for priority micronutrient value. And as you can see, the top ranks of these environmental footprints, meaning the most environmentally destructive foods, are not animal foods, but plant foods. We can also see it in this graph right here when it comes to plant-based beverages, and semi-skimmed milk, for example. The environmental cost and cost for consumers for both semi-skimmed milk and plant-based beverages to obtain an intake of nutrients similar to milk. And as you can see, the plant-based beverages have a higher environmental and consumer cost than the semi-skimmed milk. This highlights that different food groups have different environmental footprints, and the metrics in order to measure these footprints matter, because food ultimately is there to get nutrients from it. So just measuring these environmental footprints in terms of calories or in terms of weight doesn't make any sense. We have to look at nutrition. And a new study came out that actually looked at a whole dietary scenario when it comes to these different foods and their environmental footprint, especially considering greenhouse gas emissions and land use. And this study found that when we look at, for example, land use, the vegan diet is right here. Meanwhile, a diet that contains 40 to 60 animal and plant protein ratio, meaning a mixed omnivore diet, basically with some animal foods, that diet has a lower land use footprint than the vegan diet. And this is especially true when we also look at recommended protein intake. So here again, the vegan deficient diet and the animal animal-based diet. Same is true for greenhouse gas emissions. Here's the vegan dietary impact, and here is the omnivorous impact that got animal protein in it. Okay, and it is especially true for recommended protein intake. So here is the vegan diet, and here is the animal-based omnivore diet that has a much lower environmental footprint. As you can see here, to quote from the study directly, nutrient inadequacy emerged consistently below a daily intake of 18 grams of animal source protein per capita per day. Decreasing animal source protein further led to not only increased nutrient inadequacy, but also increased land use and greenhouse gas emissions. This increase is due to a higher demand for nutrient-rich, for example, calcium, zinc, vitamin K, vitamin B3 crops such as legumes, vegetables, nuts, and seeds and fruits to compensate for the reduction of animal-sourced food. The primary nutrients leading to inadequacies were vitamin B12, EPA, and DHA, inadequately supplied below 18 grams of animal source protein per capita per day, and calcium, vitamin B3, and energy at the border to nutrient inadequacy. Now, some vegans have brought up that this study does not take into account supplements and fortified foods, as well as seaweeds, insects, and cultured meat, in order to diminish the lack of micronutrients in plant-based diets. And this is a valid concern. However, I'm going to show you that this is actually not that huge of a limitation on this study, actually. So, for example, lab-grown meat has actually potentially a higher carbon footprint than regular retail beef. As a recent life cycle analysis showed, the global warming potential of lab-based meat is potentially 4 to 25 times greater than the average for retail beef. Now, when it comes to all these other alternatives like fungi-based meat and plant-based meat and lab-grown meat and all these other insect-based meat, etc., like these meat alternatives, it is not yet clear what their health impact actually is. So we're looking at this recent comprehensive review. It says, to date, products resembling meat, which exploit different sources such as plants, algae, fungi, insects, and in vitro cultured animal cell-based food, require an unavoidable level of industrial processing, rendering the final products as ultra-processed foods. Given the well-established adverse effects associated with prolonged consumption of ultra-processed foods, it raises questions about whether these products truly serve as a viable substitute for whole and unprocessed foods like meat. With limited scientific knowledge and technological innovation to date, the long-term effects of meat alternatives on human health remain unclear. Now, given that this is the case, we cannot possibly rush to any conclusions, but given that these kinds of foods are ultra-processed, caution is advised. And from the same study, let me just give you the summary of some of these aspects that could potentially be concerning about these different kinds of meat alternatives. So, for example, plant-based meat has high contents of salt, energy and total carbohydrates, including sugar, presence of anti-nutritional factors, incomplete amino acid profiles, low protein digestibility, and high industrial processing, as well as low vitamin D and absence of vitamin B12. So, and also there is the algae-based meat. In order to make it more bioavailable, you have to actually increase processing techniques. So you need a lot of industrialized processing, and it also has lower protein digestibility, corrected amino acid score. Then there's the fungi-based meat. So, for example, consumption is associated with adverse health reactions such as itching, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. There's also the presence of genes encoding for different mycotoxins, plus possible mycotoxins accumulation from agro-industrial biomass used for mycelia growth. Also, it is low in sodium, iron, and vitamin B12. And there is no clear data yet about the bioavailability of this kind of fungi-based meat. Okay.
It's amazing how bad this stuff is when you look at it, but then contrast that with the stories that are being told on the global stage about all of this.
Yeah, this is, I mean, and again, like vegans are not interested in that. They're saying, oh, yeah, there's no ethical problem with forcing such a diet on people. They like, we can just force people on a diet that is not tried and tested, and that requires huge factories that produce all this processed slop and like these vitamin supplements and plastic bottles that emit huge amounts of methane and require petroleum and fossil fuels, and have environmental footprints that are cosmological. I mean, this is unbelievable that they think that they have like the moral high ground here.
It is unbelievable.
So, and then there's also the insect-based meat, which is also kind of weird for vegans. Some vegans do suggest that, which is kind of weird because insects are animals. So wouldn't you be against that actually? And yeah, there are all kinds of risk factors. So, for example, hazardous substances such as contamination, allergens, environmental pollutants, pathogens, pesticides, mycotoxins, heavy metals, etc. And there's also an overestimation of crude protein content. Protein digestibility data remain limited, and many other things. And then, of course, again, the cell-cultured animal lab-grown meat. The FAO has identified several potential health hazards along with the entire production chain, lack of transparency in existing production chains. Ultra-processing is imperative to achieve the desired nutritional and sensory traits, negative impact on product sustainability and healthiness, and many other things. So, yeah, as you can see, these kinds of alternatives are really questionable, to say the least. But let's also talk about the so-called food fortification, right? So there are a lot of vegans that sort of say, oh, fortification though, right? They say that, oh, yeah, the vegan diet might have these nutrient deficiencies, but we can just take supplements or we can just eat fortified foods. But is this actually this magic bullet, or is this another misleading claim that these vegans make, right? So here is a great report that actually looks a little bit deeper into this. The report is also very outspoken about the risks and limitations of food fortification as a single intervention. It neither cures the symptoms nor the causes of vitamin and mineral deficiencies. Isolated fortification initiatives do not address the complex and mostly chronic nature of food and nutrition insecurity, including hidden hunger, which has its roots in poverty. There is widespread agreement that measures for eliminating hidden hunger should be based on dietary diversification and consumer education about choosing a balanced and micronutrient-rich diet. Okay, a balanced diet, not a restricted vegan diet. Okay. Now here are some facts about malnutrition. So micronutrient malnutrition accounts for 10% of the global health burden. Deficiencies of vitamin A and zinc are responsible for nearly 300,000 child deaths in under fives. 18 million babies are born mentally impaired due to iodine deficiency each year. 190 million preschool children are affected by vitamin A deficiency and 293 million by anemia. Iron deficiency undermines the health and energy of 40% of women in developing world. Severe anemia kills more than 50,000 women a year during childbirth. Countries may lose 2 to 3% of their gross domestic product as a result of iron, iodine, and zinc deficiencies. Now, those are the kinds of facts that misanthropic vegans just laugh at or ignore, I guess. But here's more. So what are actually the risk factors for micronutrient deficiencies in these impoverished countries? Well, one of the risk factors is monotonous diet resulting in low micronutrient intake and poor bioavailability, especially of minerals. And the second risk factor listed here is low intake of animal-sourced foods. Wow, but does fortification actually help? Now, there is some evidence that to some extent it does, but there's also conflicting evidence that it may not help, actually. So conflicting results for iron fortification in Brazil showed women pregnant after the program started had reduced anemia levels compared to pregnant women who were tested pre-fortification. This contradicts findings by Asuncao et al., who found no effect of iron fortification on anemia in children under 6 years old over a similar time frame. Such conflicting findings within the same country illustrates the impact may vary due to different populations and locations. Between many countries, many other factors come into play, such as choice of food vehicle and fortificant, as well as access to fortified products. Current wheat flour fortification in Guatemala is unlikely to benefit the poorest rural indigenous populations who suffer the highest burden of nutritional deficiencies, since they consume a more traditional diet of corn products and have no access to industrially produced and fortified corn flour. In industrialized countries such as the United States, where fortification is well established, the actual proportion of vitamin and mineral deficiencies eliminated as a result is not easy to determine. The almost complete elimination of rickets, goitre, and pellagra, invariably attributed to fortification of foods with vitamin D, iodine, and niacin, respectively, is considered one of the great public health achievements of the 20th century, but other factors may have been equally important in eliminating nutrient deficiencies. For example, US pellagra death rates were declining well before the introduction of mandatory niacin fortification in 1938, attributable to changes in economic growth, food prices, income, food availability, and consumption habits that were also taking place at the same time. Nutrients used in fortification make up only a small fraction of the total number of nutrients known to be essential in human diets. Let me repeat that last sentence. Nutrients used in fortification make up only a small fraction of the total number of nutrients known to be essential in human diets. Okay, so this nonsense that this is this all fixing solution to the deficiencies of a vegan diet is absolute nonsense. Okay, so as you can see, fortification is not this magic bullet, and there's even some risk attached to it. So safety concerns about food fortification, reports of potentially fatal iodine-induced hypothyroidism disease in Zimbabwe and Congo due to introduction of overtly fortified salt. Appropriate levels of iron may be unsafe for a small proportion of people with clinical disorders relating to iron absorption and storage. An increase in rates of hemochromatosis, a condition of iron overload in the US, may be linked to increased consumption of fortified foods, although there is no definitive evidence of this. So there are also some risks that you might over-fortify foods, which can be potentially toxic. Now, there are other issues with food fortifications. So, for example, biofortification, which is basically GMO cropping in order to have crops that are higher in certain nutrients. But this has actually been largely a failure. So as this article highlights what is wrong with biofortification, malnutrition is the largest avoidable death cause worldwide. Biofortification has failed to improve nutrition despite more than $500 million in funding. Biofortification further imposes a yield penalty and risk of genetic uniformity. Thus, more land will be needed to supply nutritionally adequate diets with biofortification. Now, from the same report on yield penalty, in rice, increasing yields can dilute zinc content with combined selection for both traits, resulting in lower genetic gain than either taking alone. So basically, there is this trade-off between increasing yield or increasing nutrients when it comes to these biofortification programs. Negative associations between beta-carotene and yield have been noted in maize and cassava, while a recent survey of 1,470 spring wheat lines in Australia found generally negative correlations between mineral nutrient content and yield. In sweet potato, beta-carotene and starch content are negatively correlated because a direct competition for carbon between the two metabolic pathways extends the analysis to the common genetic loci for beta-carotene, iron, and zinc, suggesting that the starch yield penalty could be even greater if biofortification extends beyond beta-carotene. And there's also another article that goes into this. So this is called Biofortification versus Diversification to Fight Micronutrients Deficiencies. And in the interdisciplinary review, there are several examples of biofortification combining high yields with high micronutrient levels. However, higher micronutrient content in genetically biofortified crops may be at the expense of yield. Concentrations of minerals in grains depend on complex traits controlled by multiple functional pathways, including absorptions from soil by roots, translocation from root to shoot, and allocation to developing grain. Breeding for both high yield and micronutrient concentration is challenging. Breeding efforts are further complicated by the environment, soil type, and soil fertility, which all influence micronutrient accumulation. As a result, biofortified varieties may require more nitrogen and more macronutrients in the environment to express their potential. The introduction of high-yielding biofortified varieties and cropping systems has thus often required the intensification of these systems, including increased use of chemical inputs and fossil energy, thereby increasing both farmers' dependency on the chemical industry and risk for the environment. Therefore, where agricultural soils are depleted, biofortified crop varieties rely on the use of costly inputs. In the absence of government subsidies, smallholders revert to local land acres with lower market value. So it's not clear that this type of biofortification is actually environmentally beneficial. As you can see, it may require more fossil fuels. And there's also another aspect to this, namely seed dependency, right? Seed dependency should also be recognized as a major obstacle to the success of any biofortification strategy. This is partly true of family farming of the global south. Even if farmers receive the first seed cost-free when biofortification programs are launched, nothing is usually done to set up a long-term program. In fact, farmers are forbidden to produce seeds from the following crop cycle because seeds are patented. Thus, farmers' dependency on seed companies to be able to follow biofortification strategies is perpetuated. What is more, farmers often have inadequate access to reliable information when choosing transgenic crops, some of which may be associated with toxic, allergenic, and genetic hazards, hence jeopardizing the very purpose of farming. Indeed, adoption of these new GMO biofortified varieties could put the nutritional security of the whole food system at risk by introducing new types of toxicity. Yeah, this is basically like Monsanto did with many crop farmers who then sued these crop farmers because they have patents on seeds. I already made a video on this. There are many problems attached to not just biofortification, but fortification in general. It sometimes doesn't work. It doesn't cover all the nutrients, and it has its own environmental costs and problems. So, and when it comes to the environmental footprint of supplements, there is also this article which highlights the environmental impact of the supplement industry. So it says right here, 1.8 billion plastic supplement bottles are sold each year in the US alone, and many are packaged in secondary packaging. 76% of supplement packaging is made of plastic. While many companies have turned to glass packaging as a more sustainable alternative, glass generates more greenhouse gas emissions compared to plastic when shipped and takes over 1 million years to decompose. The vast majority of plastic waste, almost 70%, ends up in landfills, while around 17% is combusted and 3% ends up in the ocean every year. According to the EPA, less than 9% of all plastic waste in the US is recycled. Over 50% of the recycled plastic waste is shipped overseas, with the vast majority going to lower income countries with ineffective waste management systems. Around 3% of plastic waste ends up in the ocean every year, and this waste never actually decomposes. Marine and land animals mistakenly consume microplastics that can block digestive tracts, pierce organs, or cause starvation from the lack of nutrients. So the supplement industry is very harmful to the environment, as you can see. And not just that in terms of packaging, but also the actual supplement manufacturing process. As it says right here, most vitamins in supplements are petroleum extracts, coal tar derivatives, and chemically processed sugar, sometimes industrially processed fish oils with other acids and industrial chemicals such as formaldehyde used to process them. So supplements are also not very environmentally friendly, as you can see, and the supplement industry is also very badly regulated. So
I would also point out that if you just use the natural cycles of life that agriculture did for the first 10,000 years, you don't have to rely on petroleum for your vitamins. And petroleum, as far as we can tell, is, at least in any practical way, is a finite resource. And so why would you opt out of an infinite loop and opt for nutrients that, don't even mention the fact that they're not bioidentical as the real thing, but the fact that they're reliant upon the petroleum industry and the coal industry, two finite resources. So when you run out of petroleum and you run out of coal, then you run out of this long list of nutrients, and that day's coming. So why would you turn down a dead end street like that? Why would you want to do that? I don't get it.
yeah, the same is also true with the source of the fertilizer, the phosphorus. That's also a finite resource. And that
Correct.
would have to be solely relied upon in a vegan world where there's no animal manure. It's not very clear whether or not what you read on the supplement label is actually in the supplement. And also, again, when we talk about environmental footprint, pesticide footprint is very important, which is usually not taken into account in any of these environmental studies. And plant-based foods and vegan diets in general seem to have higher pesticide footprints. So I made a whole video on that. Check that out. So given that this is all the case, I think it's very questionable that these vegan diets have such a benign impact on the environment. It is probably one of the most destructive diets, actually, or it is at least more destructive than people think. Thanks for watching.
Very good job.
Yeah, so fortification, though, doesn't work. It doesn't cover all the nutrients. It doesn't really... it's very inconsistent whether it works. And sometimes it's even toxic. Sometimes when we talk about biofortification, it leads to potentially higher fossil fuel inputs and yield penalty. Like every data point that we can point towards that takes into account nutrition shows that a vegan world would likely lead to massive famine. I mean, I've listed in that report about fortified foods, I've listed some statistics about the deaths and impairment from vitamin deficiencies. This is kind of like this gives us a little taste what a vegan world would look like. Probably we would see all these huge numbers of cognitive impairment among children, and we would see birth defects at like the hospitals. I cannot even imagine the amount of hospitals that would have to be built to take up the new patients of birth defects and impairments, cognitive impairments. It's crazy to imagine.
Yeah, it's wild to imagine what it would be like. Everyone would be sick. There would be, it was like I was trying to explain earlier to the vegan. Yeah, you might feel okay. Your your personal anecdote as a vegan after a year or however many years is you think you've self-diagnosed that you're all right. And I have a younger brother that was born with spina bifida, which is a result of a folate deficiency. So that's a very serious birth defect, and it's not like a disease that can ever be cured. It's your body is permanently deformed and underdeveloped and messed up. And so that's a lifelong of suffering for the children of mothers that don't understand proper human nutrition, and eat that, a vegan diet will do it, but your typical omnivore standard American diet that's full of processed foods and will do it too.
So someone in the comments said that's anecdotal, Garland. So that's anecdotal, but the millions and millions and millions of children being cognitively impaired or suffering anemia in countries where there's a lack of animal food, which this report listed as a risk factor for micronutrient deficiencies, are those also just anecdotal data points, or is this something you can actually take seriously? Yeah, look at this, right?
Is that anecdotal?
And what you have to also understand is that animal foods in the global south are very expensive. Okay, so this is something that, so basically they're being deprived from like high quality, nutrient dense, bioavailable food, and this is definitely a risk factor. I mean, if they have only like cereals to eat, or if it's like the main part of their diet, if it's like 80% of cereals, then this is like no wonder that there's going to be problems, because you're going to lacking in iron and heme iron, going to lacking in retinol, which is the bioavailable form of beta carotene, right? So all kinds of things. I mean, there are studies that do show iodine deficiencies among vegans. So
Yeah, the idea that there's no evidence of that is just like it's like a lie, I guess. They're living a lie if they think there's no evidence that a vegan diet causes nutritional deficiencies.
yeah, and I mean, there are also some studies that show that animal foods alleviate a lot of problems, like help with growth stunting and stuff like that. Maybe I can pull something up real quick. So let me just someone said iron deficiency nonsense. Okay. So wait a second. Can you pull that up?
Which one?
Yeah, this animal source foods for the alleviation of double burden of malnutrition in countries undergoing nutrition transition. Is this on screen?
It's on the screen.
Okay, yeah. So this study shows, or this paper shows, many data points of animal source foods helping with malnutrition, right? So a lot of cross-sectional studies of like thousands of infants and toddlers from different countries, Congo, Zambia, Guatemala, Pakistan, showed that consumption of meat and fish was associated with reduced likelihood of stunting, as well as wasting after controlling for relevant confounders. Another independent household survey in more than 2,500 Indian children showed that the odds of severe stunting was 60% higher in children of mothers who did not consume milk or dairy products at least once weekly during pregnancy, whereas low consumption of eggs was associated with twofold increase in the odds of stunting in children. Similarly, the CNET study, which examined the association between dairy consumption and nutritional status in more than 12,000 children from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, found that the prevalence of stunting was almost double in non-dairy consuming children compared with those who consumed dairy on a daily basis. There are also other, and then there's intervention studies. The findings of the observational studies are in line with the intervention studies. Most of these studies were conducted in African countries. For example, a randomized controlled trial from Ecuador in children aged 6 to 9 months demonstrated that egg supplementation, 1 per day for 6 months, reduced prevalence of stunting by 47% and underweight by 74% compared with children in the control arm who received no intervention. So there's like all kinds of studies that show benefits, reduction in malnutrition symptoms, both observational and interventional studies. There's also like famous studies in Kenya, which examined the growth and muscle mass of school children from 2 cohorts with over 900 children after supplementation with meat, milk, or energy for 2 academic years, and showed a significant gain in upper middle arm muscle. There were also some studies with cognitive benefits as well from Kenya, similar type intervention studies. Now, none of these studies are like 100% super perfect or anything like that, but it gives us some indication that animal foods are definitely helpful when it comes to fighting against malnutrition, and probably the lack of animal foods is a big risk factor for malnutrition.
Yeah, so that as animal foods go down of any kind, malnutrition tends to go up.
Yeah, that seems to be the correlation, definitely. But who cares about that, right? This is all nonsense and nothing to worry about here. We can just eat plants and nothing else. I guess this is the way to go.
Well, either that or you're trying to justify dogfighting. Are you trying to justify dogfighting?
I mean, this is just laughable at this point. You know.
Do you justify dogfighting or not? Sounds to me like you do. Anyone can use those tactics.
Yeah, I mean, the the dogs that are used in crop agriculture that hunt down the molds and
The rat terriers.
yeah. What about those dogs?
Well, what do you say is, so you are okay with dog fighting?
I mean, dog fighting seems to be going on in crop agriculture, or at least a certain type of dog fighting.
That's when he says, well, what does this have to do with countering my argument?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm just very tired of like arguing.
Yeah.
And this
Yeah.
Snivel said, what about synergistic effects? Okay. I mean, there's synergistic effects, okay, but this is going to help in all cases. I mean, listen, we have data which shows plant-based dietary scenarios that almost always show deficiencies. So I don't understand how this is even debatable anymore, to be honest.
Well, it's not. In debating a vegan about heme iron versus non-heme iron, it's just lending credibility to idiocy. Even the World Health Organization admits that heme iron deficiency is a global issue.
Yeah.
So when vegans say that, we just eat more, we just consume more.
Yeah, this is what they would have to do. And again, as I've shown in the video, that drives the environmental footprints through the roof. And he says that increased vitamin C increases iron absorption. Well, even granting that this might be the case, which I don't know, by the way. I don't know whether or not this is true or not, but let's just go with that. Vitamin C from fruit, then you would have to increase fruit consumption, which would increase pesticide use massively.
That is very true, but I will also say that heme iron and non-heme iron are not the same, and non-heme iron does not do anything in the body. There's no biological function for non-heme iron. So just telling someone that you can increase the absorption rate of non-heme iron, that's only a small part of the task at hand, because once you absorb it, then you have to be able to convert that into heme iron. If you can't convert that into heme iron, and that non-heme iron just keeps building up in your blood, you're going to have a problem. It has to be heme iron in order to do something for you. Non-heme iron does not do the job of heme iron. And so it has to be absorbed first, yes, but then it has to be converted. And you don't have any information, vegan, about the conversion rate of non-heme iron into heme iron. It's very low. It's very low, and it's very slow. It's very enzyme dependent. Those enzymes are made of proteins that tend to be deficient in the vegan diet. So it's possible that a vegan would be deficient in the amino acids that are used to manufacture the enzymes that are used for that process.
Yeah. And yeah, like was stated before, the supplements, the iron supplements, they're not probably gonna work then. And the supplements are gonna be made from coal tar and petroleum. I mean, I have a table that I can show real quick. Wait a second. Because the street title is about supplement, right? So vegan supplementation. Can you see that?
Yeah. It's up there.
So here's the nutrients, right? From food. And here's like the synthetic supplements and the processing chemicals. So as you can see here, petroleum, fine oils, coal tar derivatives, coal tar, again, petroleum. I don't even know what half of this is. Like, I mean, I'm not a chemist, but a lot of this stuff seems like very industrialized chemistry. Sulfuric acid, petroleum derivatives, cobalamins reacted with cyanide, coal tar oxidized with nitric acid from ammonia. Yeah, in order to get choline supplement, also needs ammonia. I mean, almost every supplement on this list has some kind of fossil fuel in its production process.
Yeah, I've got some iron videos, a couple of them.
Yeah, I mean, vegans, vegans have to eat, I don't know, even if they eat like huge amounts, there's still going to be problems, probably, with vitamin B12, with taurine, with heme iron, with retinol, with choline. I've not seen like fortified choline.
During the past 40 years, commercial forces have transformed virtually every aspect of academic life. Corporate funding now rules our universities. As a result of this fascist corporate takeover, universities have become for-profit patent factories, while professors are behaving more like businessmen. Secrecy has replaced the free flow of basic knowledge. University funds have shifted from humanities to commercially lucrative science labs, and the skill of teaching is no longer valued. The consequences of the new academic industrial complex are wide-ranging and disturbing. This leads us to a so-called study that's recently been launched at our community by misanthropic vegans serving the dark agenda. The aim of this propaganda piece attempts to leave you with the impression that the healthy and bioavailable iron in red meat causes cancer. However, when we examine the authors of this vulgarity and look into their affiliations, we find something very disturbing, but something to be expected in today's climate of economic sluttery in our corrupted universities. Case in point, meet Stefan Grimm. Stefan was a German biologist and professor of toxicology at Imperial College London. He researched signaling cascades in the development of tumors. Professor Grimm was found dead as a result of suicide after being told by his superior at Imperial College that his career was on the line and he had better start bringing in more research profits. Prior to his suicide, Professor Grimm had written an email to his colleagues, apparently set to deliver on a delay timer. In his last email, Grimm had this to say of the senior staff and his faculty at Imperial College. These formidable leaders are playing an interesting game. They hire scientists from other countries to submit the work that they did abroad under completely different conditions for the research assessment that is supposed to gauge the performance of British universities. Afterwards, they leave them alone to either perform with grants or being kicked out. Even if your work is submitted to this research assessment and brings in money for the university, you're targeted if your grant income is deemed insufficient. Those submitted to the research assessment hence support those colleagues who are unproductive but have grants. Grant income is all that counts here, not scientific output. Of Imperial College London, he said, "This is not a university anymore, but a business with very few up in the hierarchy profiteering while the rest of us are milked for money, be it professors for their grant income or students who pay £100 just to extend their write-up status." Suffice to say, anything that comes out of Imperial College London has been soiled by the dark agenda. In fact, a quick internet search will prove that Imperial College London is balls deep involved with the head of the snake. So let it be known, anyone who's peddling this misanthropic lie that the iron in red meat is harmful to human health is either lacking in intelligence or lacking in morals.
One more.
Very, very good stuff.
When vegan iron, also known as non-heme iron, is absorbed, it is not in a form that can carry oxygen to tissues. Before non-heme iron can carry oxygen to your oxygen-hungry tissues, it must be used to synthesize heme iron. However, heme iron synthesis is an 8-step process that relies on a series of enzymes that will often be lacking in vegans because of low intake of the amino acids required to synthesize the enzymes required to synthesize heme iron. Vegan influencers and other misanthropes will say, "Derp, all you have to do is simply take twice as much non-heme iron because non-heme iron has about half the absorption rate as heme iron." But they tragically fail to inform you that once it's absorbed, non-heme iron must still be used to synthesize heme iron, or else it's useless and potentially harmful. Some of these vegan influencers do this out of sheer ignorance, but some of them are misanthropes acting out in malice. Please don't forget to comment, like, share, and subscribe, and
So you need a amino acid, a particular amino acid. In order to,
Here, let me pull it up.
right, so glycine and what is the other?
Succinyl coenzyme A. But I think we can get the, let me fast forward a little bit. No. Okay, so all enzymes are proteins in nature. And so ALAS is the regulated enzyme for heme synthesis.
Mm-hmm.
So at this stage of the investigation, you have to realize that iron, if it's non-heme, just absorbing it doesn't get everything done that you have to get done with that. It has to be you have to use your body has to somehow synthesize heme iron from the non-heme iron. And just because you absorbed it doesn't mean that that happens automatically.
Yeah.
If you're a vegetarian or a vegan, you should keep in mind that your body only absorbs 2 to 20% of non-heme iron. Heme iron from animal-based sources has a 15 to 35% absorption rate. That means vegetarians and vegans have to consume twice as much iron in their diet as meat eaters to absorb the same amount. But they don't say anything about the fact that just absorbing non-heme iron, because it's an 8-step process. It's an 8-step process to synthesize heme.
Okay. So
it requires like glycine. Glycine can be derived from the diet or from serine. You'll find that serine is going to be lacking in a vegan diet. But that's just just saying, if you're on a diet that's notorious for protein deficiencies and you're relying upon an 8-step process that's enzymatic that entire time, then those are the specific proteins. They're not just willy-nilly protein. You can't do it just anything. It's got to be specific proteins. You got to have the either the specific one or the precursor to it. All low in a vegan diet.
Yeah, I think glycine is even low in muscle meat, isn't it?
Yeah. It might be higher in hamburger meat because they're grinding up some of the tougher parts, and some of the tougher parts are that way because of connective tissue and things that would have some more glycine in it. But yeah, if people were consuming the joints and everything, bone broth, then they'd be getting a lot more glycine, eating more tripe and stuff like that, nose to tail.
By the way, the Sniffles guy says you're assuming that humans are adapted to consuming red meat. Well, that's an easy one because there's absolutely evidence that we are adapted to consuming meat. This is not even a point of contention among many vegans anymore. Let me just quickly show some article on this.
Required to synthesize the enzymes required to synthesize heme iron. Vegan influencers and other misanthropes will say, "Derp, all you have to do is simply take twice as much non-heme iron because non-heme iron has about half the absorption rate as heme iron."
Okay. Your screen is up.
Okay, yeah, so this vegan said we're just assuming that humans are adapted to eating meat, but there's evidence that from at least 2 million years, humans ate meat and little else. Okay, so this has been found out by Israeli researchers, that throughout the Pleistocene we have been eating meat, mostly like at least 70%. And this is evidence like single isotope testing, meaning the collagen from the bone was analyzed, and they can infer what people have been eating from that. Also, like genetic evidence and all kinds of other evidence, like different kinds of evidence are in that study, right? Says right here, the researchers blended genetics, metabolism, physiology, morphology, and archaeology. So this is a study which shows that we are well adapted to eating meat. Like we have a similar stomach acidity that is just perfect for digesting meat. Like in comparison with other carnivore species, we have a similar intestine tract, like similar carnivores, canines. So we have adaptations to eating meat, definitely. This is even many vegans start to acknowledge this.
Yes, I think they acknowledge it and follow that up with something along the lines of, just because we've always done something, does that mean that we have to keep doing it? And then they list off a bunch of things, horrible things that have happened in the past.
Yeah, I mean, but this is an ethical topic. But we're talking about a biological topic, like whether or not we are adapted to eating meat. This is like health related. But yeah, there is evidence that we are adapted to eating meat, and that we have been eating. Meat. I mean, if you look at the cave paintings, you see paintings of Stone Age humans hunting with spears, large ruminant animals. We don't see that many cave paintings with humans depicted just eating salads or something.
This is true. We do have artifacts. Like, I own a couple of these things myself. Sometimes they're built into the rock of like a cliff face, or sometimes they're like a bowl, like a big bowl made out of stone, and the top is concave, and it's been kind of hollowed out through lots of friction. And there'll be a round rock that's used in conjunction with that, and they would collect maize and other things that they would cook. to make the starch available and knock down any toxins or anti-nutrients. And so, like you said, the diet was the majority of it, the vast majority of it was animals, around 70%, but 30% of it was different starch sources, roots and tubers, larger grains like maize, some legumes. The plants have always been part of the diet of humans, but right there around 30%, not 70% like we have today in most of the developed world.
Yeah, but the health problems, they're all the meat's fault somehow. It's so ridiculous. Like, we have all these deficiency symptoms around the world, even in richer countries. Yet they say meat is the problem. Okay. But anyway, I think we should wrap this up. I think this debate that we had was really unproductive, actually. And I actually wanted to show some other things. Like, I wanted to get into deforestation and also the antibiotic claims and some other things, but we didn't really get to that, and it's already very late. So we should talk about these things in another stream. But yeah, what do you say to that?
Yeah, let's do that. And
yeah, the main thing that we can take away from this is that these vegan debates are just not helpful to see. I mean,
no.
I mean, vegans are not really interested in learning anything new, right? They're just not interested in learning anything outside the scope of their own knowledge. Like, they cannot actually say the same thing about us, because we actually considered veganism at some point in our lives. I did, right? I was open-minded to hear the vegan. Yeah, I was open-minded to hear the vegan claims, right? I looked into that, into their claims. I listened to them with an open mind, right? But whenever they listen to us, they don't listen with an open mind. They're immediately like in this debating debating mode, where they have to score points and not engage with any new information and think about it for a second and be like, okay, here's something that goes on that is actually concerning. Like, 1/3 of the drinking water in France being contaminated with pesticide, or 40% of baby food being contaminated with a pesticide. Like, those things matter. Or insects being decimated that pollinate the plants that we all depend upon. They just those issues don't matter to vegans. They don't care. They don't think this is an issue even one bit.
Even one bit.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a vegan and I heard these things, I would be thinking to myself, okay, I'm continuously pointing the blame to animal agriculture, but the industry that I support, that is also kind of has all these problems. So why I'm not equally concerned, at least. So, but no, there's like no amount of thinking like that.
There are. It's just that those people are not going to interact with us except for. I say that they're not, but they do. Probably not enough. It would be nicer if I'd had more interaction with these people, but I have had a lot of people contact me in different ways, including just in the comments saying, I was being talked into veganism and you showed me something that the vegans didn't tell me about. And then they'll come back like the next day and say, yeah, I tried to talk to my vegan friends about this and they started calling me, attacking me. And now I know that it's just a cult and I don't want anything to do with it. Thank you for the heads up.
Yeah, it is a cult. I mean, a cult, when you speak to a cultist, they're not going to be convinced by any argument that you bring up. It can be, children dying, and it can be quadrillions of animals being killed. Doesn't matter. This is why I say that these vegan debates, they're largely for showing to the audience that what the vegans say is absurd. This is
This
is the only purpose that these debates have, really. But I think this is only going to convince people in the audience, or it's mostly going to convince people in the audience who are already on our side. And when a vegan watches this debate, he's only going to be convinced by what the vegan has to say. So I think it's largely not helpful. This is why I said, like, these debates are, I mean, they can be fun, but for the purposes of like talking about an urgent topic like this is not helpful.
I would prefer that he came on and just had a discussion with us, just like, three guys sitting down for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I mean, but he wasn't interested in that. Like, he's the type of person, okay, is there gonna be a debate or not? And that's it. No other like interest. Like, listen, here's this paper that shows that the pesticide footprint is higher among plant foods or something, or here's a paper that shows that the nutritional deficiencies in a vegan diet drive up environmental footprints, or like none of that. Like always deflecting or ignoring.
Yeah, saying things like, well, you know what, I'll look at that the moment you justify why dogfighting should not. You're justifying dogfighting by your position. So if you can explain that, then I'll answer your question. They've trained themselves to always just deflect.
Yeah. Or he like he answered my name the trade question. Like, okay, animals cannot they cannot own property, so I guess it's okay to just violently displace them.
What do you think about Sydney's statements here?
You need to start to assume responsibility for how you conduct a discussion. You entered the discussion without any strategy and any clear idea on what you want to send across. Is Sydney a vegan, by the way? I mean, we said at the outset that what our premise is that the vegans say that eating meat is unethical, and we are calling that into question also by pointing out that both these diets kill animals. So
And also, he's making the claim that eating meat is entertainment. That has to be, that's a claim that has to be backed up.
yeah,
Because we can do the same thing. Eating plants is entertainment. You know, everyone can play the same games of making claims about the other's dietary preferences.
yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways it is entertainment. I mean, would you say that you need some vegan donuts to survive?
So, Sydney, based on the fact that he said that he hates animals and that meat products are disgusting, what would you have? Which direction would you take that?
Sydney says you were arguing with logic, a person driven by feelings. Yeah, that is true. Which is why I thought it was frustrating, really. I mean, I tried to engage logically with Nick, the anti-carnist, but it was frustrating. And at some point, I'm just like giving up on that. Because the debate was running in circles, or the discussion, I should say. I don't know, but Snivel says,
Did he use the word hate, or did he say dislike?
I think he says that. I cannot remember right now, but I think he said he hates certain animals. I'm not sure. I cannot remember, but
Maybe he hates dogs. He seemed to really not like dogs.
yeah. Snivel says, yes, they both kill animals, but one of them is offensive and another one is defensive. Defensive is usually morally superior than offensive. Well, this is nonsense because the crop farmer comes into the animal habitat and destroys it. That is offensive, right? So, and given that this is the case, the animals that are then displaced, they're coming back to their home essentially, and then the crop farmer shoots them or poisons them. How is that defensive? That is offensive.
It is offensive.
Like
mean,
it's like invading a country and then driving out the population. And then when the population comes back, then just shoot them. That's pretty much the same thing. It's not defensive then anymore, right? You're the aggressor in that situation. The invading country and the crop farmer are the aggressors, right? Wait, Snivel says the purpose is not to consume those animals killed in crops, right? I'm not sure what he means here.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of those vegans that gets backed up and says, to himself, he says, I don't have anywhere else to go. I think what I'll do now is just say I'm okay with the killing of animals as long as they're not consumed.
Yeah, I mean, it's so ridiculous. I mean, the animal is dead whether you consume them or not. So, but again, it shows that what they're really. And
yeah, and then the exploited thing.
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that 70% of the crops that produce the items offered on the vegan menu are would never produce anything if they weren't exploiting pollinators, bird pollinators, insect pollinators. Yes, some of those are bees, some of them are honeybees, but there's all kinds of pollinators out there that crop agriculture exploits in order to produce the entertainment known as plant foods.
Yeah, and also the monkeys that have been enslaved to get the coconuts off the trees by the coconut farmer for vegan coconut milk. But he says intent matters. Why does intent matter? I mean, the intention of crop protection is to kill the animals. So, and even if the intention of the crop farmer is just to have like crops or whatever, I don't see how that is relevant. You guys need to establish a strategy on how to approach people with that base their decisions on feelings. Only afterwards you should start a discussion with a vegan. I mean, I would only start a discussion with a vegan if they're in good faith. Okay. And what we had so far was not in good faith. I'm sorry. This is how I see it. Snivel says, "What do you mean? Why does intent matter? Are you not a human being who has conscious moral standards?" I don't see how that is relevant, or whether or not a dead animal being killed with intent of that animal being killed versus an animal being killed to be consumed. Like what's the difference? An animal killed by a human is an animal killed by a human. Whether or not, I mean, the crop farmer knows that when he destroys animal habitat, that he's going to kill animals in order to have crops. So he kills the animals with intent in order to have those crops, right? So
And those animals aren't encroaching on his property rights. Those animals are returning to their home, which was destroyed.
Right. Yeah, again, Snivels is also someone like who cannot accept any facts and has to play these mental gymnastics. But yeah, I mean, here are the simple facts. Like, if you want to have a vegan world, it's very likely that this will lead to disaster. It's that simple. Most of the crops are grown for human consumption. As we have learned today, it is even way more than our world and data shows. It's like 20% crops directly grown for animals, and the rest is human consumption crops, right? So vast majority of crops are grown for human consumption, and the method which we use to grow and protect these crops kill vastly more animals than anything that animal agriculture does. That you cannot get around this fact. Okay, you can twist and bend and try to evade and have some kind of, like, if mental gymnastics was some kind of sport, then you would be masters in that sport. But the simple truth is, what you're proposing is killing larger amounts of animals than animal agriculture, and is less sustainable than animal agriculture. This is what the data indicates, and no amount of nonsense is going to change that. So Snivels, you can cope all you want, like, oh, what about intent? What about defensive, offensive? Can we avoid animal deaths in crop ag? No, you can't. You can't. So, especially not on a, like, if we talk about humanity scale food production, mass scale food production, we cannot. So if you're going to pull vertical farming, veganic farming, and all this nonsense, then you better show some robust evidence that this is actually scalable. Otherwise, you're making a fool out of yourself. So none of that is scalable. Yeah. Veganism is not sustainable. It's just not. It's nonsense. It is a corporate project by agrochemical companies. And that's that.
Trying to find an article. Fencing is one of the leading causes of death for deer.
Yeah, vegans bring up the fencing. There's also another vegan cope. Oh, he brings up India has been mostly plant-based for thousands of years. What's their population size? Well, do you know, like, the amount of anemia in India and the like malnutrition in India.
There are no such thing as non-lethal crop protection measures. It doesn't matter whether you poison or shoot or explode or trap in gas or put up fences or nets. It always gets wildlife tangled up in it, and it kills them in large numbers. It's just the way it is. And then you have other places I could show you where the fencing has interrupted the migrations of native animals. And so you have animals that get bunched up like a big traffic jam on one side of the fence. They can't get to their water source and they die because they start starving of water. They're so dehydrated they just perish. And it's because of those non-lethal but lethal fences to protect crops.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is they can pull out every mental gymnastics all they want, but
Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, but yeah, I like how he brings up India. He made a video about India and their nutritional deficiencies.
Yeah, I did. India's in sad shape.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, I think we should wrap this up right now. I don't think that there's anything left to say for today.
I think that we should consider what Sydney said. We're trying to reason with people who aren't thinking but feeling. And how do you approach someone who's not thinking? I don't know. If Sydney's got any suggestions, leave a comment.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
I would just like, I mean, if there's a vegan that genuinely wants to learn, then they can come on, but otherwise, I mean, you know, this debate stuff it's just a headache, right?
Yeah, the debates are a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, we could have spent this time like talking about the antibiotic claims that vegans make, or the deforestation claims that vegans make. I have some interesting information on that, but yeah, instead we had to endlessly talk about dog fights.
Right. Well, let's wrap this up and we'll come up with a game plan for next week, and we'll if a vegan wants to come on, we'll give them an opportunity to have a reasonable discussion. If not, then we'll just invite them off the channel and continue our regularly scheduled programming.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, thanks for everyone watching. I hope this was informative and entertaining.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I always enjoy it. Thank you to all the vegans. I know the vegans love this show, and for the other non-vegan supporters, we appreciate you. That said, we'll see you next Friday.